I declare this special meeting open for the transaction of business which may properly come before it. In the temporary absence of Deputy Mayor Councillor Warren, we need a mover and a seconder, to appoint Councillor Eby as the acting Deputy Mayor. Moved by Councillor Luning, seconded by Councillor Froese. Call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, and that is carried. First, we have a motion to go into committee of the whole. It's moved by Councillor Luning, seconded by Councillor McMahon, that we now go into committee of the whole under the chairmanship of Deputy Mayor, acting Deputy Mayor Councillor Eby, to deal with budget deliberations. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have 6 items in the Committee of the Whole this evening. The first is communication number 274 from the City Manager, Repair Risk and Financial Benchmarks for Cities. And we just need a mover. Oh, sorry. Oh, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greg McIntyre from the Royal Bank is here to present to Council. This information came to us, I think it was last Thursday, and we thought it was most appropriate to get it to Council. It talks about where Moose Jaw fits within Saskatchewan cities. And so again, an independent look at finances and that type of thing. So Mr. McIntyre can present for us.
Thank you. I just need a motion. Mayor Twomey, do you want to say the motion, please?
I'll make a motion that representative from RBC Bank present the peer and risk financial benchmarks for cities.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Mr. McIntyre, if you can come to the podium, and we will just get you to say your name for the record.
Greg McIntyre, Senior Commercial Banker with RBC here in Moose Jaw. All right. So basically, as Jim said there, that we for the bank, I get to do a variety of things. I'm, as I mentioned, a commercial banker, and I live here in the community, as most of you know. And the interesting thing with my jobs, I get to work with a large variety of big business or small, medium-sized enterprises, and as well as city municipalities and that. So as a bank, we tend to sit on a fair amount of data, and every once in a while we do have an opportunity to collect this data together and put it into some kind of a consumable format for some of the sectors that we serve. This being one of them. This will be the 4th time that I've presented this, but as you can see, it has a Moose Jaw flavor. In other markets I've presented it that had flavors that are more tailored towards them. So again, it's I'm hoping tonight that we will be able to, and I do have the Zoom on here to hopefully help steer us as far as some of the dialogue that we've got here. So hopefully it won't be too much in our way. So the main idea of what we're trying to accomplish here when we put these types of reports together is to satisfy the question is, how is my city doing? Is it doing good? Is it doing bad? And compared to what? So there's a lot of businesses, not just cities, that tend to struggle with these questions. So what we're going to be looking at tonight, or what the exercise I'll take you guys through, is looking at 3 different key financial risk ratios. So from a commercial banker's point of view, so when I look at the city financials and attempt to do a risk rating, it generally starts off with, we take the risk rating of the sponsor government. In this case, the city of Moose Jaw sponsor government would be the province of Saskatchewan. We go with the Standard & Poor rating them. And then every other city that it becomes a borrower within this province tends to start having downticks based on some areas where they may have weakness, population sizes, things like that. A lot of those things cities just can't control. So as I've mentioned some of my other presentations, the city of Warman is going through an incredible amount of growth. Very difficult for other cities to really say, okay, well, we're just going to do what Warman did and grow in the same fashion. So the key ratios that we're looking at here tonight are within the administration and council's purview of being able to actually influence them based on the decisions that you guys make to come to the best solution for the citizens of the city. So the benchmarks that we're going to be looking at are going to be 3 of them. So the first one, and I'm going to try to be as general as we can on this. You guys and anyone viewing this in posterity does not need to know these ratios intimately. I will be putting up the equations and whatnot, but you just need to have a calibration as to how we compare to other municipalities here in Moose Jaw. So operating surplus or deficit to operating revenue will be the first one. Debt burden will be the second one. And debt burden is just, it's a fancier sounding ratio. And I think when you hear that, think annual payments to operating revenue. And the third one is reserves to operating revenue. And lastly, again, trying to satisfy the questions, how is the city doing compared to peers? And so what I'm going to attempt to do by going through this is to focus on the merits of where we're sitting at and kind of dispel maybe what some folks may be worried about. So the first one, I apologize for the font that I chose. It seemed like a good idea when I was putting this together. Operating surplus or deficit as a percentage of revenues. So this is one of the simplest concepts that we could have for any type of enterprise. Generally speaking, we want to have our revenues exceed what our expenses are. We don't want to have more expenses than revenues because obviously we're going to be not be able to operate in perpetuity. This particular ratio of operating surplus to revenues, the benchmark for a city like Moose Jaw would be 10%. So anything above 10% would be considered stable and strong. Once you get into around that 20%, you'd be considered to be very strong. So, and noting that if a municipality were to continuously have negative numbers, of course, that means that there's losses that are happening, and that could potentially be a leading indicator of a municipality leading towards vulnerability. So before we jump in, every time I say operating revenue, I just want to define what operating revenue is. So we take operating revenue as when we do our financial analysis of it, and we torture it a little bit. We do some adjustments, and those adjustments tend to be that we remove things like land sales, interest income, and one-time dump truck full of money from the province. Very rare, I hear. So generally speaking, again, we're trying to mute these effects to do these comparisons to other municipalities. So jumping into it, first one, operating surplus is a deficit as a percentage of operating revenues. City of Moose Jaw is captured in the blue. Again, I apologize with the font on here, but at the end of the day, you guys don't typically need to know what how it's calculated, but to have an idea as to how to interpret it. So generally, everything above that yellow line is considered strong, stable. Once you get up into around the 20%, that's very strong. But 10% is generally considered to be quite stable and strong. This one right here is Moose Jaw. So as you can see, the city of Moose Jaw is a benchmark after we've taken out land sales, after we've taken out interest income, and any other things that may be deemed as extraordinary earnings. It is above the 10% mark. As you can see, the city of North Battleford and even our province of Saskatchewan posted losses in the last fiscal year. So when you look at this, you need to have some kind of interpretation for it as well. That sorry, just bear with me here. So City of Moose Jaw's surplus to operating revenue is strong. It's in excess of the actual benchmark. But it is also important to note that operating surplus doesn't mean leftover money. I'm sure Brian would chime in on that. Basically, that operating surplus, even though the city of Moose Jaw did post a strong operating surplus, which if I go back here to the previous one, it is to the tune of almost $10 million, $9.9 million. That was as of December 31st, 2018. So that's a strong surplus. But it's also important to note that the principal portion of the city's obligations then come out of that. Another thing that would potentially come out of that is any unfunded capital expenditures. So if the city were to buy or to spend money on capital that hasn't been allocated in reserves, potentially that would also come out of that bottom line. So when when a city potentially chooses not to do financing, they can put a fair amount of pressure on the necessity to have that surplus there. And that the necessity of having that surplus means that you tend to have to figure out ways to drive those operating revenues. And you can well imagine the different things such as raising taxes and things like that would be necessary, again, to handle things like unfunded capital expenditures and things like the principal repayment.
Mr. McIntyre, not to interrupt, but I failed to tell you at the beginning, you only have 10 minutes.
Oh dear, okay.
And
So good.
so,
Everything's fine.
you-
Okay.
sorry,
Okay.
that was my fault at the
All
beginning.
right,
but-
no, that's all right. I won't linger on this then. 10%, city's in very good shape. Second one we're looking at is debt burden, annual obligations to operating revenue. So the city's annual obligations last year was $7,354,000 rather, versus again, the operating revenue, which for this one, anything above anything below the yellow line on this is considered stable and strong. So anything below 15% is very good. Again, City of Moose Jaw came in at about 8.3%. And again, it doesn't mean that if you go past the 15% that you are not strong, but it certainly means that the city would find itself on its back foot and be more subject to vulnerability once you get around that 25%. So interpreting debt burden in particular, it just so happens that the City of Moose Jaw has a loan that's about to be retired as of June of 2020. That loan is actually going to drop off. The budget for this year has $15 million worth of borrowings in it, likely to be amortized over 15 years. It so happens that as that last loan for the multiplex is retired and this new loan comes on, the actual difference between those two payments is only about $420,000. Which means that as of this time next year, I would expect that our actual debt burden somewhere around that 7.9%, assuming that the revenue and everything was stayed flat.
I'll
and-
give you one extra minute because it was my fault, but you'll
Okay.
have to wrap it up.
And last one, reserves as a percentage of operating revenues. This particular one, anything above this line is considered very strong. So that's 30%. Anything above 50% is the very strong category. Moose Jaw came in at 52.9%, one of the strongest among its peers. And in conclusion, when we take into account all three of those factors, the City of Moose Jaw has a very large capacity to continue to borrow. And at the moment, the interest rates on long-term borrowings, just as a spot rate right now, is probably somewhere around that 2.8 to 2.85. Let's just say less than 3%. And as the City of Moose Jaw has expanded and improved its investment strategy, there's a good chance that the current climate right now is such that reserve funds can actually outperform the interest rate. So that's the main crux of what I'd want to leave you guys with.
Thank you. My apologies.
No, my apologies.
All right. If you want to stay at the podium, there may be a couple questions for you. Council, is there any questions for Mr. McIntyre? Mayor Tolmie?
Thank you very much for your presentation. And it's no secret that the City of Moose Jaw uses RBC Dominion Securities for our investment. And so I'm going to ask you a very direct and blunt question. Did we pay for this report?
No, you didn't. No. Neither did the other cities that I presented it to. So this
Okay.
didn't have to come forward before council at all. But the idea was, I guess, for the cities that we serve throughout southern Saskatchewan to provide extra information to help support budget conversations.
Okay, so and in your line of business, you are analyzing what's going on with the community. Now, that can talk about our financial ability within the city. What about the business sector? What is your read on that within the community?
So in the report, I did touch on it just briefly. The economic outlook that we have some fairly detailed reports within RBC that will actually go into more RMs and surrounding area. It should suggest as though outside of Regina and Saskatoon, the majority of the province has been going through probably 24 months or more of an actual recession. When we all when we lump everybody in with Regina and Saskatoon, it looks like, things are fairly rosy. We got a positive GDP, but when you adjust those two major centers out of there, especially everything south of the Trans-Canada Highway, there's been a lot of challenges in agriculture for 3 years straight. So, and a variety of other factors, of course, play into that as well. But in general, recession outside of the major centers.
Okay, because I took some time today to drive up Main Street, and I went from Manitoba all the way up to Ross. And I wanted to see how many storefronts that there were lease signs and for sale signs. And from Manitoba all the way up to Ross Street, I noted that there were 4 vacancies. There was the former National Cafe, the very large building right next to Gemmel's shoe store, which has been like that for a number of years. The former fitness center that was at beside Rogers in the Sweet Spot, and the store next door to the Uptown Cafe, which I think has had some, vacancy for some time. So, I noticed that, and I noticed, for the efforts that we've been making within the downtown business group and strengthening our downtown core, that looked very positive to me. Of course, you want 100%, but I noticed that, and I thought that was important to have that as a detail.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. When you were calculating the debt, did you include the debt of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant?
The 15 million or the 30 million from last year?
The Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant,
So
not the water utility.
So if it was in the financial statement, it was captured.
And I noticed when you did your survey of cities, you didn't include Saskatoon.
Just most of my activity has been focused on the south. Regina was I guess more of a peer city that we would tend to look to. Generally, there was no real deep thought on not choosing Saskatoon. I just wanted to have a sample of about 7 or so.
Included North Battleford.
Yeah, so the first, generally speaking, as I started doing this, the cities that we're talking to were closer in population sizes to North Battleford. So if you look at some of the populations there, some of the cities here in the south that I was talking to, I was trying to find population comparisons to them. So I'll take your point that probably it would have been some additional effort on our part to put it together, but it would have been nice, I suppose, to see like Prince Albert in there. Maybe you guys would agree with that or not, but just to show those comparisons. In general, though, like I said, I don't know as it would matter how many cities I put up there or how many different provinces I compared to. City of Moose Jaw on these 3 measures is doing really well. So city's got a lot of capacity to borrow. It's got a lot of capacity to in its reserves. So again, as I'd mentioned, the access to funds right now, some of your peers have not accessed the interest rates that have been available. Like the rates in the last decade have been the lowest that they've been in a century. So not only have they missed out on accessing cheap rates, they've also not effectively deployed their reserves. So when I look at the city of Moose Jaw, those are two components that check the box. And I know if I could have, I guess, a little bit of free will on the some of the pushback that we tend to hear from some of this about, I remember being back in the 80s, and when I had money back in the 80s, if I had some extra money, I always paid down debt. I'm channeling my dad right now as we're having conversations about how we do our finances. And in the 80s, during a situation where you had very high interest rates, that was the right advice at that time. At this point in time in my life, my mortgage interest rate's at 2.44%, and my RSPs and TFSA tends to cruise around 10%. So it would be, the math does not work out when it's take that money out of being productive and pay down the lowest rates that I'm going to have probably in the lifetime of my borrowing life. And that's the same situation that the city of Moose Jaw finds itself in right now. while the rates are currently still 2.8%, and there is some opportunity for to potentially out earn that on the reserves, the day will come where the interest rate on borrowing is going to be a barrier to borrow. And that's when those reserves are going to come in real handy. So again, it's up to you guys to decide what's best for the long-term future of Moose Jaw. But I would suggest that based off these three metrics, there's a lot of horsepower that the city can really rely upon.
Any further questions? Councillor Swanson?
Just to be clear, as a banker, you're suggesting I can borrow a whole bunch more money.
Yeah, you think there's maybe something odd about that? So no, I get your point.
What I think about that is, like, I'm not really keen on borrowing a whole bunch more money for the city of Moose Jaw.
Yep.
And it doesn't, I don't think, benefit the city of Moose Jaw. Might benefit the bank, but 10 ago we had no debt. And the people that are saying you can go into debt, don't worry about it, I'm not one of them. And I represent a lot of people that don't like the idea of taking on a whole bunch of debt too.
So I know exactly where you're coming from on that.
Like your dad,
Councillor
I guess.
Like your dad, like my dad, exactly. You're channeling my dad too. The majority of the constituents that you would represent on that point of view, absolutely, that's a fair concern. But they, in their entire borrowing lives, were never able to lock in an interest rate for 15 years like a city can. So the city has an unparalleled leverage to be able to lock those types of things in for a long period of time that us as individuals, unless we're very well-heeled individuals, we can't access those types of things. So at the end of the day, I'm trying not to say, well, this is what worked good from 1970 to 1980. This is what worked good from 1980 to 1990. I'm saying that currently, this is what the math is telling us now. This same advice, maybe in 5 years, is not good advice. At the moment, and again, I don't even want to kind of shrink at the notion of advice. At the end of the day, it's up to the council here to make a decision based on what path you guys decide to go forward in. These ratios here, I mean, there's being uneasy about borrowing. These ratios suggest that at 15 years, potentially the city, for debt burden, to be at that 15%, which is where we would start to really maybe start to sweat and say, guys, start pulling it back a bit. At 15%, the city could borrow an extra $75 million. Now, I'm not saying that the city should borrow $75 million, but keep the context in mind. If you're wringing your hands and losing sleep about 10 million when 75 million is what you would actually be able to borrow right now, and again, locking in for 15 years, at 20 years, it would be $93 million. 25 years, you're looking at $103 million. So again, I'm not saying that that's what anybody in the city wants, but at the end of the day, we need to rest on the math. And the math is saying that, you guys have some extra capacity, rates are low, you can lock them in for 15 years. And you guys have just recently, and to plant a flag as well, I don't represent RBC Dominion Securities. That's a separate division of the bank. I do work with them from the point of view as a commercial banker to say, okay, well, this is what our borrowing rates would be. We're probably going to be fairly similar to most of the other banks. Because again, there is a bid process that goes in with it. Just because I'm here today doesn't mean that I get to have any of the borrowing. So just to be clear on that as well. So I can't really talk to their financial advice that they provide, but I do know that as cities mature, that they get more sophisticated in their investing for their reserves, and that's what that's their part of their advice that they've given to the city, and not just to the city of Moose Jaw.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you're good. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, thank you so much. What are your wishes, council? Mayor Tolmie?
I'll make a motion to receive and file this report.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And I think we'll just take a moment to switch to the real deputy mayor. Welcome. I'm expecting a big Christmas bonus. I'm kidding. Very cool.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies for being late. I had some unexpected delays, and thank you very much, Councillor Eby, for filling in. So the next item that we have is communication number 277 from the City Clerk Solicitor's Department regarding communication from Medical Health Officer regarding fluoridation research. Mr. Pufalt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the medical health officers here, as council will recall, we received some late data, late information on fluoridation, both the costing and some information about the benefits of it. So we wanted to obviously get the expert opinion on this. And so we asked or provide the information to medical health officer who volunteered to come and present to council. So he is here this evening.
We get a motion, Council. Mayor Tomey?
I'll move that Dr. Medu, Medical Health Officer, be allowed to address members of City Council.
Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. If you would kindly approach the podium and just state your name for the record and please begin.
Council, my name is Dr. Olanrewaju Medu. I am a public health physician, one of 2 medical health officers in working with you for the Saskatchewan Health Authority in Moose Jaw here. My other colleague is Dr. Hortense Tabien. We split coverage. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a response to concerns about fluoride in water. We did provide a summary, a response that we sent to you. So I do have prepared notes. The use of fluoride in municipal water systems, commonly referred to as community water fluoridation, has been endorsed by a wide range of professional organizations. The College of Dental Surgeons in Saskatchewan, the College of Physicians, the Health Canada, Public Health Agency, and a number of organizations have endorsed this. Nonetheless, there is evidence, and more recently, the evidence that was shared with us about the impacts of water fluoridation and its relationships to IQ measurements within a Canadian birth cohort. One of the things to start off with is, in this instance, a correlation does not necessarily equate causation. So because you did find a relationship between something, it doesn't mean that there is a cause and effect relationship in that. And that is where I would anchor a lot of my response here. A few thoughts right off the top. Looking at the way scientific studies are designed, at the top of the pyramid usually are systematic reviews and meta-analysis, they call, where you bring about different studies and it's a way of mathematically combining studies and arriving at estimates. Next, below that, are random experiments where you specifically assign an exposure to a particular group and you limit it to another group, one being the control arm and one being the experimental arm. Next to that are cohort studies. Cohort studies are generally very good studies, but they are not the best studies available to demonstrate causation. This was an example of a cohort study. So that is one of the things. One of the other things, one of the benefits of randomized trials is in randomized trials, a number of things which are confounding factors, which are issues that may impact or may skew the relationship between an exposure that you see and an outcome. Those tend to be controlled in a randomized trial. But within cohort studies, usually there are some unmeasured confounding, there's some things that are not well controlled for, which does impact on what the ultimate conclusions might be. And so in some instances, you might see some connections that are spurious and do not necessarily are not consistent. Going back to causation, there are a number of theories around causation that, okay, well, for something to have a causal relationship, one of it is that, okay, well, there should be a specificity of association. And what does that mean? So, okay, well, we should be able to tie that, okay, well, A causes B. In this instance, that was not necessarily, it was not shown effectively. The authors were not able to demonstrate that lower IQ measures was due to fluoride levels in water. There was no causal relationship in this study. There are a number of causes that a number of things may be responsible, may be associated with IQ measures, parental IQ, early childhood education, nutrition. All those things have have a role to play. And IQ measures, these vary over time. They change over time depending on how it's been measured. So that is one other thing. Another thing here is, okay, well, if fluoride indeed is a cause, then you should see that, okay, well, perhaps in groups that were exposed to high levels of fluoride, then they should have that gradient relationship. So where you have lower fluoride levels, then IQ decrement should be lower, and the higher should have more decrements. That also was not necessarily demonstrated here. The other thing is consistency of evidence. So other jurisdictions that have looked at this, the evidence has not replicated itself. In a Swedish study in Sweden, that particular in the Swedish community, they have naturally fluoridated water, which is kept at about 1.5 milligrams per liter. The Health Canada recommended level is 0.7 milligrams per liter. In the Swedish study, there was no difference, no effects on cognitive ability, no effect on math test scores. That was demonstrable. Another Canadian study which was conducted, which looked at the relationship between fluoride exposure and he reported diagnosis of learning disabilities in children 3 to 12, did not find any association between those. So based on this, these are some of the points where we look at it and say, okay, well, based on the evidence that is currently available, there is also a recent Canadian Agency for Drugs, Technologies and Health systematic review, which did not find any evidence that showed a relationship between fluoride levels and IQ measurements and even all-cause mortality. On the other hand, we do know that the benefits of fluoride are indisputable. The benefits of fluoride, one, in terms of reducing dental caries, not just, and the cost-benefit analysis has also shown that it is very effective. It's been estimated that for $1 spent fluoridating water within the community, there is about a $35 cost savings to the health cost savings. So in that instance, that is a benefit to it. The other thing also you look at with fluoride is fluoride is an equitable way of preventing dental caries, such that regardless of means, regardless of where you're located, that is a way that provides, it reaches everybody, and it's a more cost-effective way, rather than having, okay, well, if you decided to go ahead and look at other options, say dental varnishes, that assumes and expects that, okay, well, there is a need to have access to a dentist or some dental health professional who will do that. Access becomes an issue. This takes care of the access barrier. And there have also been some demonstrable experiments even within the Canadian context that have also buttressed the fact that community water fluoridation is a good initiative. And on our own part, we think that we consider this to be an effective, proven public health intervention, and would recommend, our recommendation is that, okay, well, the City of Moose Jaw continues with the community water fluoridation program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Renew, or Dr. Renew. Do we have any questions of council? Councilor Prose?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So I'm just wondering, like, there's a lot of benefits to having it added to the water. So why would like a city like Regina choose maybe not to have it? Do you have any background or maybe an insight into that?
Mr. Renew?
I am not able to speak as to why Regina would choose not to do that. But this predated my time starting working in the province, so I don't know what the decision was previously, why they make that decision to do that. But I do know that the city of Calgary, they stopped fluoridating. They are reviewing the evidence as to whether they should continue to fluoridate. And in that instance, there was a study that was published, I think 2017, which showed that following stoppage of fluoridation, then rates of dental caries increased within the city of Calgary. That's been reviewed. The evidence for that, it shows that it's not marked, but it shows that, okay, well, there is a relationship with that. So I guess we'll continue to watch and see. But as to why Regina chose that path, I don't have any insights into that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Froese. Any other questions of Dr. Madhu? I guess I had a couple if I could just pass the gavel. Okay, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Dr. Madhu, some of the information that we had been receiving in some of the research I had done, it just talked about fluoride being a neurotoxin. Do you have any kind of anything to add to that, like just that discussion on fluoride being a neurotoxin?
Well, so fluoride being a neurotoxin, I think part of the ideas around that comes from the impacts on cognition. And in this particular study, IQ measures was used as an impact as a proxy measure for the neurotoxic effects. So that was the reason. But based on other evidence that has been seen, that has not been borne out. If anything, this particular study, I think, was one of, I think, 3 papers that were published by the authors. The first study, this is the second publication by that author group. It looked at a cohort group in, I think, 6 of 10 Canadian cities. And one of the other things in that particular case, there were methodological issues with that study. The initial study there was a substantial amount of critique on it because some of the conclusions was not supported by the data based on based on the reviews that were provided. Because I think in that initial study, it implied that there was a differential impact between males and females. And again, you're looking at a case where the study looked at mothers and asked them after the fact if they, where they lived, looked at their postal code, matched it with the water treatment plants in that postal code area. Evidently, fluoride levels at source are going to be higher than at distribution. And then you go when the kids were, I think, between 36 and 40 months, I believe, that was when the questions were asked. So you have issues about recall bias, so which is one of the main concerns here, that some of these associations may be spurious. As to neurotoxic effects, that has not been found. The notes I have, so the Canadian Agency for Drug Technologies and Health, they do a lot of reviews, evidence reviews for jurisdictions, and did not find any relationships as to that.
Okay, thank you. And just one of the things that, if you have any information on, is just one of the articles reading is that some of the research has shown that fluoride in the water can attract lead, like out of the lead piping or out of the system, and carry that through the taps. Is there do you have any information on just the association that fluoride may contribute to lead levels in the water?
So I recall I read that study, and that particular study was based on a North Carolina study where the fluoride levels in that particular study was about 2 milligrams per liter. That is almost 3 times the MAC, the maximum acceptable concentration in Canada. So that overestimates. Evidently, now we say fluoride is safe, but fluoride is safe at that level. It was initially a range, but it's been brought down to 0.7, accounting for other sources. So if fluoride levels are in excess, then it is possible. But in this instance, because it is well controlled, because it is within that range and a tightly controlled range, it shouldn't have any deleterious effects for humans.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take the gavel back. Councillor Froese, you next? Or, okay.
I'm finished yet.
Okay, is there any other questions of Dr. Madhu? Okay, I'm seeing none, so thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you. Okay, council, questions, comments? Mayor Tomey?
I'll move that the letter dated December 10th, 2019 from Dr. Madhu medical health officer response to concerns and effects on fluoride in drinking water be received and filed.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Seeing no other speakers, I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, the next item is a communication number 278 from the city manager regarding revised capital budget. Mr. Pufalt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We certainly appreciate the challenge that we undertook last Wednesday to get back to council within a week and look to get under the 200 million or the direction that was given to us. So we're glad to report we were able to do that. Again, quite a bit of work done in the last week, and we thank everybody that really, in essence, dropped everything. As we know, budget is really important to us. We wanted to make sure that we had the information back to council by tonight so we could conclude if possible. And the doors are locked, so you can't leave until we're done anyways. Just saying. Just saying. I'm kidding. Doors aren't locked. The fire chief wouldn't let me. So there's 4 recommendations to make that I'll run through. Oh my God. Oh.
What's the penalty for that?
Oh. I believe it's shot out the back door or $20, whichever comes first. My apologies, I missed that. I was so engrossed in the Royal Bank presentation, I forgot to turn my phone off. In any event, there's 4 recommendations that we want to talk to council about, some more details. And I think that we've done a very good job down to $195 million. We've made some, I think perhaps some fundamental recommendations to council that maybe changes a little bit of the way we do business. And debt is one of those. And certainly while we understand the tremendous positive benefits that we have of the debt or the interest rates right now, I remember long-term borrowing at 11, 12, 13%. And at that point in time, it was difficult to do a number of capital projects. So we took a look and tried to find a way that we could get the capital borrowing requirements for 2020 down as low as possible. Because what happens is while the rates are fine, thank you, and your interest rates are low, you still have to make the principal payments back. It starts affecting the amount of work that we can do in a year. So we always have to be careful about the amount of money that we borrow. And a great point made is that as interest rise, that gets back to one of our fundamental budget principles, is that as the commercial rates raise above what we're able to generate by investing our funds, that's when we start borrowing from ourselves and paying ourselves back. And so that is an option that's presented in one of our principles. And again, we're not at that point right now. And we know that it's very important that the money that we're generating from the reserve accounts are kept intact. And what we're proposing is funding that we're generating from sale of lands and offsite development levies be used to, in essence, fund the reservoir, our share of the reservoirs. We have a capital grant application to the ISIP. I always want to say IHOP, but it's actually ISIP grant program which should provide 70% of the grant. And so we are proposing in here that our share of the funding would come from land sales. That is one. The second one we wanted to do, and I think we've talked about for some time, this seems to be the year that we should do it, is move the sanitary sewer to the waterworks, make that one utility and use that funding to help fund our waterworks programs. The third thing that we believe that we need to do is, again, establish the local improvement levy. And we are, again, fortunate at this point in time that we do have that federal and provincial funding again to, we think, minimize the payment. Again, it's always more money, but to not put such a major impact on the taxpayers all at once. And so we're proposing that we get to the $100 a year per household or per property over 3 years. And that, again, shares some of the benefits of the funding that we've been able to obtain from the federal and provincial government. And so just running through again, we are now down to 195 million. And do we have that up? We wanted to, and again, if we go to, yeah, thank you. We wanted to look at the original carry forward that was presented and then the committed for 2020. And that's, again, that fits in back well with why we need a full year of work. That 14 million that it shows as committed for 2020 is projects that are either tendered, are going to go in the spring, are going to happen in the next 2 months. There's a number of recreation programs we talked about last time. There's a number of projects that the funding has been committed. And so this is not we didn't get the work done. This is, we couldn't get the work done in the year. And so as we've talked about, every week counts, and the full year to work our projects through is really important. And so on that, we took a look at the carry forward, and we went committed for 2020, which was just about $15 million. And then the 2019 true carry forwards that we don't have the funding, or we don't have the projects awarded yet or work done, is 17 million. And of that, a lot of the money relates to the reservoir and the West Heath development. So, I mean, again, those are projects that would be ready to go when we're ready to go. The work has been done. West Heath, for example, we know is ready to go whenever we need to put more lots into production. And we also know that the reservoirs, actually the tenders closed today, pricing was good, right on budget. And we obviously are not going to award because there's a lot of money at stake in the federal grant that we have coming for that, or we expect to have coming for that. So we've got some time to work on that. So those are things that, again, the money is committed. It's going to get spent. It's just a matter of timing and or decision process being made. So again, the 2019 committed is 14.7. The 2019 carry forwards that is not committed yet is 17.8. And then the 2020 to 2024 budget is 162.4, and that brings us up just over 195 million, which is 5 million less than the 200 that we established last year as a benchmark. So we've looked at a number of different projects, and Mr. Acker will describe in some detail, but again, with some of the changes we're proposing of minimizing, $5 million is not minimizing, but reducing our long-term borrowing debt from 15 down to 5, I think is a great step forward that takes away a lot of the pressure as we go looking years forward of making our repayments, because we do pay the principal is concluded in those P&I interest payments. And that, of course, starts affecting how much work we can do. So again, every time we can minimize our long-term debt and the payments, that's a positive for us, particularly when we have the reserve balance that we do. The revised 2020 to 2024 budget includes the demolition of the YMCA building. There's also funds that wasn't in the last version that you had for the local improvement program. As you recall, we talked about local improvement programs for gravel roads as specifics as to what we wanted to do going forward. There's a number of gravel roads in the city that, again, it's the thought process is to go through a local improvement program. We obviously need to have our funding in place to be able to support those programs when they go through. And we have the draft procedure that will be coming back to council, I believe, in January for conclusion. But again, without funding, it doesn't mean a whole lot. So we wanted to make sure there was some funding to cover that. It includes 1.1 for the Northeast Reservoir. And you recall last meeting, there was 2 projects included from engineering on that. One was fluoridation and one was the Northeast Reservoir Inlet. In further research, we found that we're going to have to spend, I think it's about $700,000 just to do the work up to that point. And so for another 300, we get brand new lines and we don't have to worry about breaks at some point down the road. So we've included 1.1 in for the Northeast Reservoir Inlet. We have not included fluoridation. That is generally a very sensitive issue that there's some discussion has to be done. I think with the work that we've been able to do, we can do that and keep under the $200 million limit. But again, sensitive issue, and certainly it's been a sensitive issue in many places that when they have the discussions about fluoridation. And then, of course, we want to, as we talked about, we want to combine the sanitary sewer and the water utility into one. That allows us a $3 million contribution that goes directly against the borrowing that we were discussing. The cast iron water main replacement program, again, it's not slight adjustment, but adjustment. When we went back and looked at the figures, we had included the external consulting, engineering consulting into those prices. We had also included $500,000, you recall the one-time gas tax funding that had come to us last year. So that was included in carry forward or in the amounts that we were budgeting for the next few years. So when we adjusted it, it brings it down to 9.1 million because we are not paying the external consulting fees. That's our internal consulting our internal engineering is now covering the cost of design. And we didn't, the gas tax was a one-time funding. So that was not sustainable going forward that we believe. So, I mean, again, that's up to council to decide if you want to include it in there. But that is not an amount that has generally been included in the cast iron program. It does include, as we talked about, the infrastructure levy, but that's a 3-year phase to get to the $100 a year. And that's, again, is my understanding is what the hospital levy used to be. And so looking at 2020, it's recommended to do a 15 lift onto the existing amount. And then finally, that we take the high service reservoir and the Northwest Inlet, that would be our borrowing just around $5.4 million as compared to 15. And that's using funds that we've generated from sales. We know that 2 are for sure and 2 we're working on. Obviously, if those ones don't go through, then we'd have to come back to council and talk about the reservoir and the inlet and how it gets funded. But at this point in time, it's again, we are generating offsite development levies. We are generating land sales, and offsite development levies should pay for large capital projects, such as a reservoir that provides service to the entire city. And so again, we don't touch our principal on our interest or our reserves that we use to invest, but we take money from grants and from offsite development levies to pay for some of the big projects that are coming through. So Mr. Acker can speak some more on some of the details of what the entire changes were made over the 5 years. But again, we think it's a fairly solid, positive plan that has taken into account, I think, a lot of statements and discussions we've had around the council chambers about reserves, about debts and debt and all that type of stuff. So again, we thank you for the opportunity. It was a great exercise to go back through the figures and just check on our figures and be somewhat innovative in thought process. And can we change what we're doing, change our business practices to take advantage of revenues that we're generating and reduce borrowing? Because again, borrowing you have to pay it back at some point in time. You got to pay it back. So it's important to not affect or as little effect as possible on future years' payments. Mr. Acker, unless there's any questions from council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pufalt. Mr. Acker, did you have anything to add? Or Mayor Tomey, did you want to?
Yeah, I'll
ask a
just
question first?
quickly ask the question now. Could you please point out where regarding the Y demolition, where is that included? Pardon me? PR 47?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I was going to
Okay.
take you through some of the changes and I'll point those all out.
Okay.
Since this is a new document for you, we thought there would be some value in that. So we can start off actually, if you would like, you've got PR 47 highlighted. You'll see in 2020, we have $315,000, 295 of that is earmarked for the Y demolition. Just going up a couple to TR7, local improvements. If we can move up there just to highlight, that is what the city manager spoke of. That 1.25 million over the 5 years was added in to provide a funding base for the local improvement program for roads. So that's new in the budget. Also, if you just go up one more to TR6 structure upgrades, that was a line item where $3 million was deferred, basically pushed out over time. So it pushes off the end of the budget. And one of the major things we did in 2021, 2022 was split up that major project with the 4th Avenue Bridge rehabilitation to do it over a couple of years rather than one. Also within there may be the opportunity to receive grant funding as well, or potentially a share with CP Rail in terms of the rehabilitation. So there's some ability there in the future. So we wanted to show some of that in the budget. If we can go down to SS1 storm sewers, that was the other major one within the general capital budget that was reduced, $1.39 million. And really it was put back to previous year's levels. In the original budget that came to you, it was on an accelerated level of improvements. We've gone back to what it was in the 2019 budget. So out of that, there's $3.14 million in reduction in the general capital reserve portion of our budget. And if you can just go to the other tab. and just go down to the bottom, you'll see that we end up with a small surplus in 2020 of $105,000. That's with all those things added in. We still have a deficit in 2021 of about 4.4, but as I spoke of, we're hopeful there will be grant funding or potentially cost sharing with CP Rail that would help us eliminate the majority of that. So that's the general capital portion of the budget and the adjustments we made. If you can go to the other tab now to down to Waterworks. So WW1, we have a reduction overall of the 5 years of 1.371 million. And again, that was to get us back to a level where we were at in 2019. There had been some increased expenditure asked there. So we've reduced that back. Feeder mains, WW9, same thing, reduced 1.301 million to get us to a level similar to what it was in the past. WW16, in 2020, you will see an increase of $1.1 million. That is the Northeast Reservoir Inlet, as the city manager spoke of. That has been added in to the budget. If we were to add fluoridation, that would be where we would add it. We would need to add another $1.2 million. In terms of cast iron, WW17, in 2020 and 2021, we reduced those budgets by $800,000. And essentially what that is the savings from doing our in-house design, and that will be utilized to fund our crew. Our crew is now charged into the Waterworks operating. That's about $500,000. So that in effect offsets that. At the end of the day, any surplus or deficit in our Waterworks operating flows into the capital. Likewise, if we have reduced in capital, they balance out. So that's what that is. Also in the WW17 carry forwards, there was a reduction of $500,000 in carry forwards as we have actually spent some of that money to date. Loan payments, WW25, just one down there. If you go across to the end there, you'll see that loan payments will total about 14 million over that term. That's actually a savings of about $4.667 million from our previous forecast. And that's because of our debt ask going forward has gone from 15 million down to 4.6. So it's a significant reduction and obviously benefits the utility overall. The other changes we made were in sanitary sewers, S1 sanitary sewers, reduction of 2.271 million. And again, this was taking us back to 2019 levels. S3 wastewater treatment plant, reduction of $1.385 million, again, taking us back to 2019 levels. And S4 lift stations, a reduction of 2.627. And that's really a spreading out of that lift station refurbishment. Rather than attempting to do it all 2 years, we're pushing it out over a 5-year period to be able to accomplish the same amount of work. Those reductions in total, if you add them all up, come to $17.862 million. That's been incorporated into the capital plan. So we've gone from a capital budget before of $212.944 million, now to a capital budget ask of $195.082 million over 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acker.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, just one more point to make that, as you know, every year as we bring the 5-year plan, there's revisions and more thought and more design into some of the costing. So, you know, obviously that those change every year as we bring forward, but again, we're trying to get to that consistent level of funding. And so again, just as a proviso that next year we may see, you know, feeder mains having to be more as we move into better understanding of where we have to go with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grufeld. Appreciate that. Councillor Swanson. You're not in, Kate. Councillor Looning.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. So just a few comments, nothing major, but thank you for the presentation, Mr. Acker. And what I was going to say was it's hard to keep up. I know you know your finances very well, you and Ms. Campbell and your department, and it's hard to keep up. But I really appreciate this summary that you guys provided, because when I was first looking at this yesterday, I was like, okay, how do we tell what the changes are? So this is helpful, right? So I appreciate that. Yeah, that's it for now. I just wanted to say that this page is great for us on council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Looning. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. So 2020 is 41 million. What was it previously? So of the $25 million reduction, 23 million is made in years 2, 3, 4, and 5?
A large portion of it. There is some in 2020.
And most of that is reduced sewer work, water work?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the majority would be certainly in the water and sewer areas. In that sheet, we had provided you about 8.4 million was water, 6.2 was sewer, and in the general capital portion of the budget, it was about 3.1.
And there's also a significantly enhanced contribution from the land reserve? Is that?
Yes, yes. So the original contribution from the land reserve in 2020 was $1.3 million. That's still an ask that we will ask you to approve later this evening. There is an additional $5.4 million. That is for the waterworks utility. And what we're suggesting is, since we are going to be having these monies come in, rather than tuck them into a reserve and invest them somewhere, it would make sense to utilize them in the community for the benefit of the community by being able to reduce the amount we need to borrow. So that is the intent of that $5.4 million.
And those contributions are expected in 2020?
Yes, they are.
And that includes the Cartier sale
Yes.
and the Canadian Tire sale? The Canadian Tire, when is the earliest we would receive full payment, and when is the latest we would receive full payment?
Mr. Acker. Mr. Pufalt?
I don't have the agreement with me. I think the closing date is in 2020. We'd have to, I'd have
We're
to,
budgeting to get the money this year, so we
Yeah.
probably should know when we're getting it.
well, I don't know the specific date. I believe last night we talked about, or Monday night, we talked about within 6 months of close, which would be next Monday.
Total 10 million.
Yes. And SAS Power as well.
And when will that money come?
That money might actually have already, no, it won't already have came. They closed on it, I believe, this week. And so it'll be here by January for sure.
And if I can just comment on that too, there's a bit of a hedge on that money coming in. Overall, it's about $10 million that if all of those come to fruition will come in. We're suggesting you use about 6.7 of that. So, thank you.
And we're also suggesting if it doesn't all come in, that again, we'll have to come back to council and talk about borrowing, increased borrowing.
And I mentioned this the other night, as you just stated, the surplus in the waterworks utility goes into the capital. And I just note that we're reducing our budgeted contribution to capital from waterworks by 500,000 this year, 600,000.
Thank you, Chair. We're certainly not intentionally reducing it. The reason it's being reduced is because of the increased cost that utility is facing. Part of that increased cost, though, too, is that new crew. It is in operating for waterworks, so it does force down that reserve contribution. But as we've shown, we've reduced the capital spend for those 2 years where that happens to offset that. So although our reserve contribution might be down, we've reduced our capital spend because we have a savings there. We don't have to pay consultants to do our design work.
So we're basically hiring a crew and not having to worry about paying more for it because we just reduced the capital contribution from the water utility.
We're utilizing the savings from the design team, our internal design team, to be able to have an additional crew. And I believe that was in the motion that council had approved.
So then why would we have to reduce the capital contribution budgeted?
Because if you don't reduce the capital contribution, you've spent your money twice, right? You've spent it in operating for that additional crew and you would spend it in capital. And if that's the case, that's the way it had been presented before. You have in effect spent it twice. We put additional pressures on the utility. We need to borrow more and we have difficulty meeting our cash flows.
And I think what we're saying is that we are getting the same amount of work done for that same dollar because we're not spending 9% on external engineering and consulting fees.
Anything else, Councillor Swanson?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Looney?
Thank you. Just a further question through you to Mr. Acker, Mr. Pufald. I had put a comment on the system because the recommendation in this report states to have a $30 infrastructure levy per year, and then the background and discussion indicates like a gradual increase. So I'm just wondering if that was the intention or if it's $30 straight a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Looney. The intention would be that it's stepped up. It's $30 in 2020, $60 in 2021, and $100 in 2022. Having said that, depending on the financial situation we're in at the time, if we're successful with grant funding, there may be the opportunity to mitigate that. So at this point in time, we would see the $30 as an initial step towards that. There's certainly a need for that money. That ultimately is the local improvement portion of the cast iron project that has not been funded. So we're suggesting that certainly some funding is required. At the end of the day, whether it gets to $100 or not will be determined by our finances and how successful we are in generating revenues and receiving grant revenues going forward.
And that amount, Mr. Acker, that you refer to is 1.6 million, right, in the cast iron? Is that what it is each year?
Yeah,
It's
it was about
underfunded?
1.6.
1.6?
Once it's to the full $100.
Right.
Yeah, so
But that's about what the shortfall is,
Yes.
correct?
it was
1.6 million. Yeah. Now I had another question and it's gone, so that's okay. It'll come back. to me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Warren.
Looney. Councillor Eby?
Well, thanks. I'll just follow up on that question then. The 1.6 shortfall in the cast iron program, so that has been a shortfall since 2016, since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the project?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it has been since the beginning of time. Originally, the intention, as I mentioned, was to have a local improvement levy to fund that. That was decision was decided not to do that in the referendum, and that source of funding has never been replaced per se. So
Okay, so then further to that then, so that 1.6 that has been short in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, where is that getting made up? Is that just like,
Mr. Acker?
what's happening with that?
thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor Eby. So really what we're doing is just utilizing our cash flows within the utility to fund that. We did borrow $30 million, so that comes into the cash flow. We do have a number of projects with carry forward, so large amounts that we have not completed. So in effect, we're utilizing that cash flow to be able to fund any shortfalls we have. At the end of the day, though, there is the need to make that up. That's one of the reasons you'll see in some of the models I've done in the past where I've had very significant utility rate increases, because if we're not going to do it as a levy, we have to make it up somehow. Those won't go away ultimately, fully, unless we fund that. We need to be able to fund that and make it a sustainable program.
So just simply then, over the last 4 years, really that project, as a standalone project, if that's how everything worked, that project is already short $5.4 million, right? 1.6 times 4,
Thank you, Chair. 6.4 million.
6.4. See,
Yeah.
you're better at math than I am. So I think that's just really important to realize that when that funding has not been established and sustainable, we are putting that project at risk. And that was the big issue in 2016. That was the big issue around the election of 2016, around the council table of 2016. And so we really need to figure that out. We can keep doing the shell game and we'll take from here and we'll do from there. But the rooster's going to come home to roost pretty quick. And then there's really going to be an issue. So I think that it's imperative that when we get to that point, or if we're at that point right now, that we are going to have to make a decision, because kicking the can down the road is not, we can't kick it down the road forever. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Looney?
Thank you, Councillor Warren. And question again through you to Mr. Acker. So what does the $30 per year levy, did I miss it in the report? What does that generate annually into the budget? $30, $60, $100?
About the $60 generates about 502,000. Or sorry, the $30 generates about 502,000. 60 would be double that, so just over $1 million. And then once we're at the 100, it's 1.687 million.
0.687 million. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Looney. Any other questions of council? Sure, questions, comments? Mayor Tomey?
Yes, well, I know that I made the motion to ask you to come back. And the reason why I did that was with regards to capacity. And, the hard work that we put into the budget last year was so that we wouldn't be borrowing when we couldn't complete the work. And, we wanted to do an evaluation and ensure, and I know that there was some carry forward, and I know that you've explained that. And I think the explanation from Mr. Mickleborough last week at the very end of the meeting was very good. I'd like to point out, yes, Councillor Eby is right. There was a referendum with regards to the cast iron water main replacement program. And I like the approach that you're doing here, because we've got 2 years where we do have money from the provincial and federal governments with regards to our transportation that we can stream into this program. But in 2 years' time, the question will be, where are we going to get that funding? And so if we do it in this approach, we are building up, and we have to recognize that we've also created another crew to be able to, in the long term, attack this project that we're dealing with. And so I see that, in the referendum, the question was to use, and I actually have the referendum here with me. Pardon me, just give me a second here. But it was to use revenues or reserves. And I think that's one of the things that we're doing with our investment committee, is that we're actually investing our finances to get a better rate of return, but that's not going to always cover things, because we don't know what the predictability of the market is. And so we actually have to back ourselves up with, another plan, and to ensure that. Now, another part of this that can't be missed is the fact that we do have a high number of water main breaks, and there's $1 million going into that project right now. Now, over time, our hopes are, we've been saying about the 7-year mark, that the water breaks would go down, and then those funds could be transferred in. So if we start this levy at $30, and in 2 years' time our water main breaks are down, and we've got that funding, then that's a good time to evaluate the project and ensure that we've not gone too crazy. But to go to $100, that could create rate shock for a lot of the local community. And I think that's one of the things that we want to do, is have a balanced and steady approach. So I do appreciate what's been brought forward, and I thank you for the efforts that you've put into this in this past week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tomey. Councillor Eby?
Thanks. Regarding the Parks and Rec 1% piece that we've talked about, are those projects identified in here at this point, or are those yet to be put in there?
Tracker.
They are put in there, and
Okay.
actually, if we can go up to the PRs, you will see PR 68. That was the $51,000 in 2020. That was for the Iron Bridge irrigation.
Right.
Then there were the Playmore Palace work, as well as the Kinsman Pool just underneath, those two underneath. So yeah, all within this budget that's before you this evening.
And then the cultural center lighting, that is not part of it then? Was that?
That was not moved. Oh, yeah, it was moved.
That's what you meant, instead of the pool.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I gave you the wrong. Yeah, it should be instead of the pool, cultural center lighting.
Okay, so that's why I was, so the
That's the 80,000.
80,000 goes to the
Yeah.
cultural
So
center.
that's
Okay.
actually an error in our budget. Should be down one line.
Okay, that was throwing me off. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Froese?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just a general comment. I just wanted to thank you very much for bringing this back to us, especially separating out the committed and the carry forwards, because I think that makes things way more concise and clear when we have an understanding of what's in progress, what's finished and what's not finished, and kind of what's in the wings, which was kind of sort of this struggle for me to wrap my head around. It's a lot of numbers and trying to figure out kind of what do we actually need and what we're actually doing. So I appreciate that very much, and I just wanted to comment on that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Froese. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Last week it was at 212 million, was it?
Yeah.
This week it's at 190 million. As I pointed out, a reduction of 22 million. But only 2 million is in this year. And you'll note that this year we're supposed to spend 41 million, but in years 4 and 5, it's down to 25 and 24 million. And I don't believe that's going to happen. So most of the reductions are in years that this council will not be responsible for. So, and then most of the work put off is essential water and sewer work. So although it might make people feel better that number is 190 million at the end, the real savings weren't attained in what we're responsible for. We're going to assume that the next bunch of people will reduce the capital spending of the city by 30 or 40%.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Mr. Pufalt, or did you want to respond?
Certainly. I think the major changes that are being made to here is the source of funding. While we're still spending generally around the same amount, we're not reducing a whole bunch of work to be done in the water system. We are using surplus that's generated from the sewer system, or sanitary sewer utility, and we're also proposing to use land sales to fund the reservoir. So again, while maybe the dollar amount hasn't changed substantially, the source of funding we believe has. I mean, certainly reducing our borrowing from 15 to 5 is, I think, a huge accomplishment. And, you know, we're recommending taking advantage of the federal and provincial funding we have, be strategic with it, minimize impacts upon the ratepayers. This 5-year capital plan, like, honestly, I get everybody has their entitled opinion. We think it's a fairly solid one. Looking forward, we can't have major changes in amounts every year. We have to get to the point that we're doing reasonable level amounts that we propose to spend every year and get it done. I think that's, you know, certainly the message we had last year. We are ramping up to $9.1 million on the water main program, which is, again, giving us that opportunity to minimize the impact upon taxpayers, but still getting a ton of work done. So, I mean, I think there's some very strategic and planned out processes thought through here to certainly minimize debt, which has been a huge issue from some people, and we share it. Debt is not the best thing in the world. It is 100-year low interest rates. It doesn't mean that that you would go to the limits that have been proposed to us. So again, we need to get to that type of level, reasonable level, that we expect to get the work done this year. And you know, I have utmost faith in engineering that they'll be able to deliver $9.1 million this year. So again, we think it's a pretty solid plan that takes advantage and changes some of the thought processes we've had, using the sanitary sewer to cover some of the costs and reduce our borrowing when we're able to sell land and accumulate offsite development levies.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Pufalt. Councillor Swanson, do you want to continue?
Thank you. So if we get the ISIP funding, will some of those be reduced? Like are we assuming not getting the money, or are we assuming getting the money in those?
We are assuming getting the money. We know that the money that we've allocated to the cast iron program is approved to us. We are waiting to hear approval on the reservoir, but that's been taken into account in the sources of funding.
So if you could move it up to the Parks and Recreation we've also made application for a new outdoor pool, but we don't have any funding in there for that. So if the government gives us money for an outdoor pool, we'll have to add $1 million somewhere.
Yeah, certainly we would have to add if that funding's we're fortunate enough to get funding for that. But at this point in time, we have no line of sight if that project's going to get approved or not. We don't know exactly how much funding is available for recreation type projects. We know the federal government is very much leaning towards green projects. And so reservoirs, cast iron mains, sewer upgrades, feeder mains, those are all things that we are reasonably sure get funding. We know we have grant applications in or approved. We're not sure on the recreation part of it. So if it does come, then we will obviously have to come back to council and, same as if a land deal doesn't come through, we'll have to come back to council. And this is a plan going forward, and sometimes it changes. From things outside of our.
Thanks, Mr. Bolt. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Froese.
Thanks, Chair. I just, Mr. Acker, could you just indicate there kind of where do we have the illustration of the levy, the $30 in here to see how it impacts, or is it not in the actual capital reserve summary?
Mr. Acker.
Thank you. So the only place you see it in the capital budget is just this water utility reserve, which is a cash flow statement. It would be part of the contributions during the year line, that second line. Our city comptroller does though have our waterworks financial model. Would you be able to bring that up? And that would give you, that's what this cash flow is based on. So if you go down, you can see, maybe just go to the top of that, scroll to the top of the model. Just so you have a general understanding. So we show the operating revenues of the utility. We show the expenditures if you scroll down. The difference between that is the reserve contribution that we're expecting. So you can see that there. That flows into the next line, which is the cash flow model, which would correlate with that other chart you saw. But then you see all the sources of revenue for that, funding that utility. You can see there's quite a number of them. In there. And if you go down there, you will see the infrastructure levy. And those are the contributions right now we're projecting. So 506,000 is that $30 levy in 2020. 2021 is the $60. And then 1687 is the $100 going forward. As you can see in all of that, that bottom line closing balance, that's necessary right now with our current model to be able to end up at the end of the 5 years in a $3.7 million surplus position. So it does show you how critical that funding is. We do need it to be able to ultimately, at the end of the day, be able to pay all of our bills.
Thanks, Mr. Acker. Councillor Froese, anything else?
Nope, that's good. Thanks.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Well, I certainly think administration has brought back a workable solution for what we asked, and I think it's prudent use of potential windfalls we're going to get from some one-time land sales, and there's still a little bit of room from some of those proceeds if down the road we need them. And as you know, I always think there's some room to borrow from the equipment reserve or from that reserve, but we won't go into that right now. So I'm willing to move this recommendation that approval be granted to transfer $3 million in 2020 from sanitary sewer to waterworks and combine to one utility. The city council approved an infrastructure levy of $30 per taxable property per year, or $2.50 per month for all property classes, except for the multi-unit residential property class, which will have an infrastructure levy of $30 on each dwelling unit of the multi-unit residential property per year, or $2.50 per month, and that the infrastructure levy extend to each mobile home in mobile home parks through an agreement with mobile park owners, and that the infrastructure levy be dedicated to funding the previously anticipated local improvement portion of the cast iron water main project on an annual basis. And further, that city council review the levy in 5 years or 2024 to ensure it is still required. That funding from the Land Development Fund in the amount of $5.4 million be approved for the city's cost of the High Street Reservoir and Pump House and Northeast Reservoir Inlet. Funding to be provided from land sale proceeds from Canadian Tire, SaskPower, Carpair, and the Numbered Company.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Looning?
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Well, I will vote in favor of this motion that Councillor McMahon has moved. I know initially that I had maybe a couple of months ago or what have you, I had made a comment about not approving a levy for the infrastructure. But what I am happy about in this motion, and this was the question I forgot earlier, is the one under recommendation 2 that City Council review the levy in 5 years, 2024, to ensure it is still required, or look at these things in a way that there's a sunset clause, that councils review these areas, levies, or the tax funding that's in there for cast iron over certain time periods, to ensure that we aren't overtaxing the citizens in ways that we could be pulling money out of elsewhere. And I will agree with Councillor McMahon that I had some ideas here about the equipment reserve and taking money out of there and actually considering funding some of this with that, thinking about the fact that my other idea is looking at the way that the investments are being handled at the city and looking at a 5-year period. And after those 5 years, and it could happen in conjunction with the part of the motion in number 2, that what are the investments doing? What kind of returns have we pulled in on the investments? Are we maybe not doing as well as we had hoped? So maybe we continue with levy at that amount or what have you. Or maybe the investments are doing well, better than we hoped. And maybe there's a possibility that we can slow that levy down, right? So I think 5 years, and that's why I'm going to vote in favor of this $30 infrastructure levy. Going back to what Councillor Eby said about, at the last election, there was a resounding vote from the community that they did not want a local improvement program, but probably that how they wanted to pay for this infrastructure was through some sort of a levy. I think $30, sure, I know some people are not going to be happy with that, but I think at this point, $30 is reasonable for the infrastructure work that has to be completed in this city. And it sets in a plan in place. And I look at it, and I might not be here in 5 years, who knows? But after 5 years, we can review it and see how we're doing and take into consideration all those things like the investments, how they're doing, maybe look at the, equipment reserve, maybe in a year, 2 years, whatever, right? But, I'm okay with this. This does not make me go, ooh, this is gonna ruin the city. I think that we have to put a plan in place, a serious plan for the infrastructure work that we have to do, and for the deficit that we have in the cast iron funding, the 1.6 million. But I do believe that if the investment side of things does well, that we have to also come up with a really great strategy for the citizens of this community to fund that work maybe quicker if the investments do well, or the infrastructure levy will have to keep going until the project is completed. So I'm fully in support of the motion that Councillor McMahon has moved. And I think that's all the comments that I have for right now. Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Councillor Looning. Councillor Eby?
Thanks. Just one question. I know it was touched on earlier, but just want to be sure. So the recommended levy $30 this year, and then administration says 60 and then 100. So that those recommendations would just come through budget next year and say, hey, you guys, you could look at this. So then that would be dealt with at that time.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor Eby. So certainly we will come back to you next year, but what we would want to do firsthand is do an analysis of whether it's needed to go to 60. But if we do feel it's needed to go to 60, it would come before you at budget and you would need to approve that going to 60.
So okay, that's great. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Mayor Tomey?
Yeah, thank you. So I was being a little bit of a nerd today, and I was doing some personal budgeting and finances, and looking at what I pay, what do I get for a service from the community. And right now, when I combine my my monthly taxes, because I do it monthly, and my water and sewer and my garbage and everything else, I'm paying over just over $300. And then I looked at my SaskTel phone bill and my internet and my TV and all the packages and the Netflix and the Disney Channel that my kids watch. And it came up to $306. There was a $5 difference. And, I look at that and I go, wow, what am I getting? When I look at our community, I get, we're improving snow removal. We're ensuring that we have water. And we've got clean parks, that there are places where our kids can go and better themselves by going to sporting facilities, learning dance, being healthy, learning to play hockey. What we get is an amazing value. And so I'm grateful for this budget. I do appreciate the hard work and effort. Again, I will say that. And I also will support this motion because there were election promises that people made, and that we would come up with a way to fund this cast iron. And I think that is something that the community will be holding us accountable to. There was 79% that voted in favor of going from the LIP program to another form, and the community resoundingly said we are willing to pay. And this increase of $2.50 a month that it's equated to on top of what we were having. So, it was $15. We were finished off the hospital levy. Now that will go towards cast iron, and then an additional $2.50 per month. That's important. We have to recognize our water source is 20 kilometers away, and we need to ensure that we have clean drinking water for our community. And so I appreciate the hard work again and effort, and I appreciate the comments that have been brought forward by Councillor Lunning, Councillor Eby, and Councillor McMahon concerning this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tomey. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. The part 3 was included, the land development fund for the High Street Reservoir. That was in the motion.
Yes.
I'm going to move an amendment that Northeast Reservoir Inlet be removed and replaced with fluoridation upgrades. Speaking to that amendment, it's really nice that it's set up so council doesn't have to have this debate, but it is an important debate. And it's so much easier just to pass this motion and forget about the fluoridation. But the Canadian Medical Health Association, the local health district, the list of bodies responsible for this that recommend this, it's complete and total. And it's unfortunate that these 2 items were tacked on at the end of the project. Like, for instance, the reservoir inlet, like how that got left to the end, I don't know. But we did hear that it would not be untoward to expect another 12 years on that piping to get to its expected lifespan. And so I make the amendment that we do the fluoridation renovations that are required to continue to fluoridate the water in Moose Jaw, as anyone who is an expert in the field is recommending we do.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. So we have an amendment to the 3rd item. Councillor Eby.
Yeah, question regarding the amendment. So I didn't catch the whole thing. So you're removing all, which part, what are we all removing? I know we're adding fluoridation, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I guess I was thinking that we were going to come back to that at some point, but and I did want to have that debate, but if this is where we do that, then this is where we do that. But so Councillor Swanson, just what, are you removing all of the reservoir part, or just the inlet? Sorry.
I think Councillor Swanson's motion was to remove the northeast reservoir inlet portion of it, and replacing that with the fluoridation upgrade. Correct, Councillor Swanson? Yes.
So we're still going to have the High Street reservoir and pump house?
Mr. Acker.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly don't want to enter the debate on the amendment, but I would reinforce what the city manager had said earlier. We found out earlier this week that even if that inlet is not approved, if you don't approve it, there is still the need for an additional $750,000 worth of work Really nothing to go into the inlet, but it's budget that's required to be able to do a good portion of that piping. So removing the 1.1 million, we will be short $750,000 to be able to do that work, and we'll be back, I'm sure, in January to say to you, we need to be able to finish off this work, and it's $750,000. So there isn't a lot of savings in removing the actual inlet into the reservoir. There is a whole bunch of work, additional work that needs to be done anyways, and I'm sure our engineering department could speak to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Acker. Mr. Harleton, did you want to add to that?
Sure. I guess the intention to provide the update to council with respect to the high service pump house involved the two components, the fluoridations and northeast reservoir. So in the previous report we provided, what we did was we provided the entire scope of work to be included at northeast reservoir and associated cost to that full scope. What we didn't include in that report, and in hindsight, I think we should have, so I apologize for that, was the expected cost that we already had to do the work at Northeast Reservoir. Essentially, how I would have framed that is to include the additional 160 meters of pipe would change the cost estimate from $750,000 to $1.1 million at the Northeast Reservoir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harleton, for that clarification. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that. Just back to the fluoridation system. So that's not a piece of equipment or something that has a equipment reserve attached to it anywhere along the way? Well,
Mr.
I mean,
Acker.
everything else got equipment reserve, right? It's equipment,
Oh, but it can be.
but couldn't it be?
Oh, but it
No,
can be.
Chair, if I could just comment. So equipment reserve is normally equipment that's movable. It's not building type structure and that sort of thing. If you recall too from the previous presentation on that, a large portion of that fluoridation cost is not the actual fluoridator. It's the building to house it would be by far the biggest cost.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Acker. Anything else, Councillor Eby?
No, that's good right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Looney.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Well, I'm not opposed to the fluoridation issue. I wasn't the prior meeting. And I appreciate Dr. Madhu coming and giving us the scientific outlook on fluoridation in the water system. So I'm not opposed to that happening. And I agree with Councillor Eby. I was hoping we were going to have that debate at a different time. But I don't know if I'm prepared to remove the Northeast Reservoir inlet to sacrifice for the fluoridation unit for $1.1 million. I don't know. I'm sitting here in a bit of a conundrum because in a way I want to vote in favor of the amendment, but I don't because I don't, to me, they're both important issues. And that's why I said I would vote in favor of the recommendation the way it was. So, I mean, that's why amendments are made, is to make us think and challenge us as to what we're doing here. But I don't think I'm going to vote in favor of the amendment because I'd like to have a different discussion about the fluoridation system.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank
Looney. Mr. Pufalt.
But I think I did mention we had the tender opening for the reservoir today. And I was just speaking, sorry, I know we're shooting from the hip here today, but I mean, this happened just this afternoon, is that there may be, with the tenders that came in, there may be enough to cover the inlet in that reservoir program. We don't need the additional funding. So we can't quantify that to you right this second, but that's our initial thoughts today is that may be possible. And so maybe fluoridation, maybe the answer in fluoridation is to come back in a month and decide at that point in time, or if I can suggest, if you believe it's a value project, add it in. Again, we've got the dollar values down. We've reduced our borrowing substantially. If it's an important project, either we can fund it through borrowing, or again, if the land sales go through, again, that is something that affects the whole community. I mean, the director of planning development may shoot me, but maybe we can use offsites for something like that. Because again, offsites are to cover costs that affect the whole community and provide benefit. So just thought process for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pufol. And just Councillor Froze is next in queue. I just had a question on a matter of process. So the report did say that city administration does not recommend expending 1.2 million on the fluoridation at this time due to other competing demands in the water infrastructure. So I guess, did administration have an opinion on when this conversation could have happened over and above this report, or was it to be decided with this recommendation if approved?
Again, I think my comments earlier tonight that this is a very sensitive issue. Certainly people on both sides of it, and Moose Jaw is a city that has had fluoridation. So is that something we continue to provide? Again, if there is no opportunity to fund it, from our point of view, we would say to council that the distribution system is much more important. Because if we can't get water to people, it doesn't matter if there's fluoridation in it or not, if, the system just doesn't provide the water. So we went back to the core service of a utility, and that is to get water to people. And you need reservoirs, you need cast iron lines, you need lift station, not lift station. I'm sorry, not lift stations, take that back. But you need the infrastructure to deliver the water and get it here. And fluoridation is really, I think it's a good, solid public health issue that, the medical health officer recommends that we proceed, but is it core service of what we provide, the water utility? Our thought process is not core service. It's a nice to have, and certainly something people are used to here. And so, quite honestly, I think that's up for council to let us know, to decide if fluoridation is a core service of the water utility. If it is, then we should fund it. Because I think we have, with the work that we've done, again, under council's direction and thoughts, there's opportunity to fund the fluoridation system. But again, I think that's something that more so that's council's call. If it was us, we would probably say, no, we need to make sure that we can get the water out and to people's houses.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pufol. Councillor Noonan, you still have the floor. Do you have anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Froze.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I won't support the amendment because, as was pointed out by engineering previously, that we're already going to be in that area digging up everything. It just seems not efficient to continue on with the project and finish it. So, as we're just discussing that particularly, and I agree, the fluoridation, I've received more emails on that than I have on a lot of other issues yet. So I think that's coming up next on our agenda as well, to have a further discussion on that. Table two. That was a tabled matter.
No, isn't.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is another opportunity to have this conversation. Oh, okay. Okay, anything else, Councillor Froze?
Are we just discussing the amendment to it at the time?
Yeah, the amendment.
Okay, thank you. No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Froze. Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. The motions that were made were sent out late this afternoon, I believe, from administration, and included apologies for the lateness of it. And it included that the motion is originally moved that funding from the Land Development Fund in the amount of 5.4 million be approved for the city's cost of the High Street Reservoir and Pump House and Northeast Reservoir Inlet. Funding to be provided from land sale proceeds. Yet we're told equally as late today that the tenders came in and there may be enough money in the underbid, which, unless I had made this amendment, would not be information that would have been provided to us, which I would have appreciated to know, because it would have changed the dynamics of this motion. And where was the fluoridation on the agenda?
Actually, the next agenda item is a tabled matter regarding the Buffalo Pound fluoridation system and the Northeast Reservoir influence. So we tabled this matter. So that will be coming, or is that part of this package? I guess it's in the budget, it's in the agenda, but it says a subsection of the report. Mr.
Thank you,
Acker.
Chair. It was to be considered as part of this. You would need to lift it from the table though. So at that point in time, you can have whatever debate you want on it or make whatever motions and then.
So there
Dispose
would
of
have been no other opportunity to discuss this, given the agenda that was being provided. So I made the amendment now because I don't think it's something that should be done for us. It should be something that we deal with. And I said, I've been through these fluoridation, anti-fluoridation debates a number of times, but I am going to side with the scientific medical community that, you know, are clear cut in their opinions on this and their recommendations. And it's something that the elected officials, it's our responsibility to deal with, whether you want to do it or not.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. The science of it, I don't think is necessarily, or I'm certainly not going to debate it. My only concern is the $1.2 million cost. And I just don't think at this time that we can afford it or that it's a core service as administration perhaps is referred to it. I think folks that believe strongly in fluoridization can get it themselves, use it themselves, or implement it themselves, and that isn't a service or a requirement that the city needs to provide for people. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon. Seeing no other speakers, I guess I'll just pass the gavel and thank you, Mayor Tomey. Just so yeah, my comments on this are, I would prefer to have this conversation about fluoridation on its own in a separate matter. And I mean, if that's the next, if we can lift the matter from the table and discuss that I think that'd be a good opportunity. But I guess one of the things that I've been thinking about is that, you know, making this decision. I mean, yes, we asked the administration early this year, maybe it was late last year, to look at what it might cost to repair that system. But again, just to echo what Councillor McMahon had just said, you know, at a significant cost, 1.2 million, 1.1, I guess, whatever it was. And then just hearing some of the other information that, you know, only 30 or 35% of municipalities in Canada are doing this, you know, that our sister community on the other side of the water treatment plant that we are sharing, you know, does not do the fluoridation. You know, there are some benefits, yes, but there's also a lot of opportunities for those that prefer fluoridation to access. And I believe it's free to a certain extent as well through public health. So I guess, you know, without having had a discussion personally with our community on where we'd want to go with this, I do feel that it's something that we should do some public engagement on, because it is a significant cost. And you know, I wouldn't mind an opportunity to have more time to engage with the public. We've seen that, we've heard that this has been down for over a year. I haven't had one person come to me and say that system is down, please get it up and running again. And by not doing it at this time does not preclude us from doing it in the future. As said, the costs that are associated with this aren't necessarily around the system itself. It's about the storage of the system and the safety of the system for those that are utilizing it and working with it directly at the plant. So I would be more interested in having this discussion on its own with, you know, an opportunity to get some feedback or engage with the community. So I won't support the amendment this time, but I would welcome the opportunity to have this conversation at a later date. Thank you, and I'll take the gavel back. Councillor Eby, are you green?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. Well, I also would prefer to have this conversation in about 5 minutes from now when it comes up when we lift it from the table. I think that would make it cleaner. And so I'm going to vote against the amendment, not saying I'm against the fluoridization. I too have had a lot of people talk to me this week, and I've had people that I really care about on both sides of the issue. So I'm torn when it comes to that part. I have my own personal opinion about it. And when we get to the tabled matter, matter. I will discuss that a bit further. So I'm going to vote against the amendment right now, but looking forward to the next part of the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. So I'm seeing no other speakers on the amendment. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. On the main motion, anybody have any more questions or comments? Councillor Froese,
Are we voting on these separately? I would
if you desire.
assume, I think we should. I'll definitely support the approved grant for the 3 million for the sanitary sewer and waterworks to combine. I was happy to see that come back because I think there's a lot of efficiencies in combining those two together, especially in the revenue sharing portion of it. And as I said earlier, that I support the land development fund for the pump house and the reservoir inlet, but I'm just not convinced yet on the levy. And I'm not 100% convinced that the referendum actually expressed that the community agreed to paying a levy. There's the word levy is not in the referendum question. And I've talked to a few different people, including some of the people that were involved in the CAST group, and that wasn't their impression of the referendum either. I would like to see us go one more year and see where we land on as far as much as work is completed. It's a pretty ambitious 9.1 million. We received funding for other areas in that. And I think for myself, just looking at the numbers and the work that's been done, that I just don't believe the community is ready for a levy yet. And even in the fact that we were able to drop it from 100 down to 30 is a flag for me in saying that how much do you really need the money? And I understand Mr. Acker's great talents of being able to keep our bills paid in this project. But yeah, I don't believe that this is the year for a levy. And if we were to do a levy, I would want to go back to the community and have a much broader discussion about this, because it's not really a start and end date. You can say 5 years, but the cast iron we're estimating is 20 years and could be extended longer. So I think there's a lot more. It's a lot more complicated issue than just applying the $30 per household. So I won't be supporting the levy at this time.
Okay, thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Froese. Councillor Eby.
Thank you. Well, I guess we all lived through 2016 one way or the other. But I guess I find it very frustrating in the fact that, well, everybody at this table except for me, their platform during the election was, there's a better way to pay for this than LIP. And we have a better solution. There's going to be a better solution. And here we are 4 years later, and we're not, can't support a levy. But what's the solution? Well, we'll just wait another year, and then we'll get farther in the hole of the $6.5 million hole that we're in. Whether there's money still sitting around somewhere or not, that project is in the hole, and we need 20 years to pay for it. So we're going to start off in year 5, $6.57 million in the hole. But we can wait, and we'll let the next council figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Mayor Tomey.
Yeah, so I earlier on I said I had this, I will read what the referendum said. It says that the city of Moose Jaw's replacement of water and sewer mains be funded from general citywide revenues and or reserve funds, and not from local improvement project special assessments. So speaking to reserve funds, what have we done? We've got an investment committee that is looking at getting a better return for the citizens of Moose Jaw. We're benefiting from that, but we again always have to realize that the markets do change, and we had a banker speak to that. So we have to make sure that we have enough funding set up for the future. Going to a levy What does that do? That is something that will be on people's taxes, and they will be able to see that it's going to a dedicated project, and they will understand that that is being funded towards the cast iron water main project. So I think that that's important, and I echo what Councillor Looning has said. Being able to revisit it, if we're very successful in our returns, and further the reducing of cast iron water main breaks. We're putting away $1 million, and we've got a second crew. We've set the future councils up for success. And, again, it is an election promise that was made that we would, it was a referendum that was brought forward to the community. 80% said that the community was willing to pay as opposed to an LIP project. This is a community answer, and so I'm in favor of that motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I have presented options for paying for the LIP shortfall over the course of this council. It's just that they weren't grabbing more money from the taxpayers, and they didn't get the support. So that only one of us really is doing our job. I don't buy that. There have been options presented. This motion, the utilities were set up as separate things for a reason, and now we're saying, well, no, we don't need them anymore. And basically, they were set up to assume a lot of debt, I believe. And the sewer utility, it's not like we're out of the woods on our sewer utility. Tonight, we deferred a bunch of sewer utility projects. There was a reason they were included in the first place and the time frame they were. We've just deferred them. But I would point out that if we're really serious about finding money, what we would do is, if you look on page 14, this year, we're going to take 1.2 million, 1.3 million from those utilities, put extra money on everybody's water, sewer, and garbage bill so that those utilities can pay a bunch of money into the operating budget. And $1.3 million over 5 years is $6.5 million capital that is being drained out of those utilities so that we can subsidize the operating budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Okay, seeing no other speakers, if I could just pass the gavel. Thank you, Mayor Tomey. I guess first wanted to just extend my appreciation to administration in the short time frame from last week to tonight. We had asked administration to come back with just an enhanced plan. Not necessarily, not saying that the first plan wasn't great, but just saying that we made a commitment last year to adhere to some budget principles, spend within our means, to create a sustainable budget, to only take on work that we could reasonably achieve in a year, to just take innovative approaches to how we're and taking a strong look at how we look at our budgets, and not just do things the same way because we've done them like that in the past. And I mean, I think this I guess version 2.0 again is exactly that. I mean, I don't see this as not spending money or moving this to the down the line. I see this as, again, just taking another look at what our plan was and just further refining it to, again, spend within our means. And I mean, again, similar to last year, what this is doing is we are reducing the amount that we have to borrow, which again, in as a result of that, is reducing the amount that we have to pay back in interest and principal charges. So more money is going back into the capital funds to actually spend on infrastructure versus interest. The piece around the levy, again, I stated last week that I'm not sold on the levy. And at that time, it was the $100 levy, and I couldn't bring up the the original report on the original levy proposal, but from what I remember, and I could be wrong, but the original levy for $100 didn't actually specify that it was going to the cast iron water main project. This new proposal coming back with $30 specifies that it's going directly to the cast iron program. And again, the fact that it's something that we can do over a 3-year time period, I think that is something that could be supported by the community. And again, I'll echo Mayor Tomey's comments about the referendum. It talked about a citywide revenues and or reserves. So it's either take it from the reserves and draw down from our savings, which will lessen the amount that we get in interest, which increases the possibility of having to raise taxes. So reserves or citywide revenues. How do you get citywide revenues? It's either raise taxes, raise utility rates, or introduce a levy. So the cities do not have a whole bunch of opportunities in raising revenues. When I look at citywide, what that says to me is that it's shared by the city, shared by the community, not you're paying for it because you live on that street. So you're paying for it today and somebody else will pay for it tomorrow. We're going to share this as a community. And when I originally, again, looked at the $100, I thought I would much rather be in favor of maybe a tax increase so that it compounds over time. But this approach in bringing this forward over a 3-year period, I think it does the similar thing. And what it's doing is, the other piece around this is it's capitalizing on the federal and provincial grants that we have received. And rather than just spending more than what we can afford, or that that this community can sustain, we're reducing our contributions by the amount that we're getting from these government grants. So we're still spending what this community can afford, what this community needs to maintain our infrastructure, reinvest in our infrastructure. Yet we're asking for less from our residents. So again, and I just around the comments about here we are 4 years later, still looking for a funding source for cast iron. I mean, that is true. There's still a piece of it that hasn't been identified. There are others that have been identified. The majority of it has been identified and allocated. I mean, the one thing I thought about was, we had a 2-year budget. 2 of our 4 budgets now, I guess this is our 4th budget, were severely hampered by reductions in provincial revenue sharing. So we had to make some really tough decisions. And during those time periods, I can't remember the exact funding sources, but it wasn't that we didn't fund the cast iron those years. It was that we used other funding sources. And I can't remember what it was. Mr. Acker probably knows, but there were other funding sources that we identified to backfill those, the 6.4 million or whatever it was that we wanted to spend every year in cast iron. So now here we are. We've done a ton of reductions internally, cost savings, which reduced our reliance on provincial revenue sharing. And here we are. We have an opportunity to finalize what we started, and I'm supportive of that. So appreciate everyone's efforts on this, and I will take the gavel back. Thank you. So we have no other speakers in the queue. So we have a motion on the floor, and Councillor Froese has asked that these be voted separately. So the first one was that approval be granted to transfer $3 million in 2020 from sanitary sewer to waterworks and combined one utility. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Second motion was that City Council approve an infrastructure levy of $30 per taxable property per year, or $2.50 per month for all property classes except for the multi-unit residential property class, which will have an infrastructure levy of $30 on each dwelling unit of the multi-unit residential property per year, or $2.50 per month, and that the infrastructure levy extend to each mobile home in mobile home parks through an agreement with mobile park owners, and that the infrastructure levy be dedicated to funding the previously anticipated local improvement portion of the cast iron water main project on an annual basis. Any speakers to that one? Oh, sorry, and that city council review the levy in 5 years, 2024, to ensure it is still required. Seeing no speakers, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I supported a levy for the hospital because there was a downloading of provincial costs onto the municipality for healthcare. As an aside, I have to admit, I'm a little bit disappointed that we allowed the demolition of the hospital to be done at no cost, the dumping of those materials at no cost. We passed up an opportunity to get, I don't know how much, it would have been measured in at least $100,000. But
Actually, Councillor Swanson, I think our memo did state that the demolition company did pay a fee for disposing of materials in the landfill.
at the landfill,
So there was cost incurred.
but they didn't incur the cost for the dumping at the city yards,
Okay, so I just
which
wanted to
was
clarify
like
there wasn't cost.
95% of the dumping. Municipalities, you know, we have legislated rights and responsibilities, and our ability to generate revenue is usually around property or the provision of a service. And levies, as the inquiry I made came back to us, show that most municipalities, the levies are on a per property basis or a per front foot basis. This extends the levy to each and every apartment, which I am opposed to. And I would ask the administration, do we have the legislative authority to impose a levy on individual apartments that are on one property? Say 36 apartments on one property. Do we have the legislative authority to impose a levy on each individual unit?
Administration?
I'll certainly defer to our city solicitor on a portion of that answer, but I would point out that is what has been done with the hospital levy for the last number of years. It has been on individual dwelling units, as well. In the information we did provide to council on December 4th, there are a number of other municipalities that do that as well. Prince Albert has a levy on individual dwelling units for snow management and infrastructure levy, as well as municipal roadways. The city of Woburn, again, has a hospital levy similar to us that they're levying on individual dwelling units. And the city of Yorkton has a levy for their Gallagher Center that they levy again on individual dwelling units. So certainly from that, it isn't something that's out of the usual. The intent of that obviously is to have individual dwelling units for our citizens all to pay a similar amount. One of the things you would find is if you removed it from individual dwelling units, condominiums, as an example, would still pay that levy. And there comes into the whole question of fairness in regards to that. But in terms of the legality of that, I would certainly turn it over to our city solicitor. They've obviously drafted that bylaw for us in the past and could provide a comment.
Mr. Gogotiachko?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the legislation in front of me, but essentially the levy would constitute what's called a flat tax, which is allowed for under the Cities Act, which can be a per unit charge. The stipulation, I believe, in the Cities Act is that it must be for a particular purpose. You can't just levy a levy without having a specific purpose, because this would be designated specifically for cast iron contribution that would satisfy the requirements of the Cities Act.
Well, as I said before, I supported it for the downloading of provincial costs onto the municipality, but I don't support it for the provision of municipal services. And if you take out the hospital levy, that number of communities is 2 that do that. And further, it says that we will have an agreement with the mobile park owner. Are they under any obligation to enter into an agreement with us?
Administration?
I don't believe they would be under any legal obligation. Certainly, we were successful in terms of the hospital levy in getting them to agree to that. We would hope would similarly be successful in our discussions with them in terms of contributing to the community. Everyone benefits from it, so we would be hopeful that we would be successful again.
Just point out, when we talk about similarities and everything, some houses have 8 people in it, some houses have 1 person in it. There is no way to judge fairness on something like that, but our jurisdiction is with respect to individual properties and front footage. And I think we're overstepping our boundaries here. I know it's thinking it's easy money, but I think it oversteps our boundaries, and I'm not in favor of it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Eby.
Thank you. Well, I do support the recommendation as it is. And just in thinking about the $96 hospital levy that was in place for 10 years, that it was 10 years. So that levy has been worked into people's rents and into what landlords have collected from their tenants for all these years. And I have a hard time imagining that now that that levy is over, that the landlords have reduced the rent for their tenants by that amount. So in essence, that money is, the landlords are collecting it already, and it's money that was being collected for the city of Moose Jaw and currently is being collected potentially, if it's still being collected at $96, just for the landlord. So I feel that it's fair. It's $30. They're still up $66 a door. And the people who live in apartments have the same access to water as everyone else in the city. And I think it's only fair. Thank you, as far as fair goes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Seeing no other speakers, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the third one was that that the funding from the Land Development Fund in the amount of 5.4 million be approved for the city's cost of the High Street Reservoir and Pump House and Northeast Reservoir Inlet. Funding to be provided from land sale proceeds from Canadian Tire, SAS Power, Carpair, and the Numbered Company. So, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I'll just point out that some of this money is yet to be collected, and we're passing a motion to spend that money that might or might not come.
Okay, Mr. Pufall, did you have something?
Oh, again, that was covered in our report that, if the land sales don't proceed as we expect, that we would have to come back to City Council to discuss. I mean, again, the reservoir is a critical piece of our utility infrastructure that without it, we can't get water to people's houses. We have to do something with it. It can't wait forever. It's got to be done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pufall. All right, I'm seeing no other speakers in the queue. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so within this item, we had tabled matter and a referred matter. Did you push the button? Did council want to do anything with those matters? Councillor Froese.
I'll lift the fluoridation portion off the table for discussion.
Okay, so with the construction of the new fluoridation system from the table, all those in favor? That's carried. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Rose?
Nope, not at this moment. So I'm just.
Okay. All right, questions, comments, concerns, council? Councillor Eby.
Thank you. Well, as I said earlier, I have had a number of emails and personal conversations regarding this over the last 7 days, I believe it has been, and all with people who I respect very much and appreciate their input. And it's been on both sides, very strongly on both sides. However, I do have to weigh the science and the endorsements behind what we have heard tonight and the information that we've received. And I do find it interesting. I guess back up a bit. One of the I've heard from the dental community, one person on the no fluoridation side, and a few people on the yes side from the dental community. And I was actually hoping that we would have, if the dentists of Moose Jaw or any dentists were really opposed to this, I was hoping that we would have a letter from them in our package, which we didn't receive. And so I think that does speak volumes that, that they're not wanting to go on record or whatever, saying that they're opposed to it. I did talk to someone this morning at the gym who's a retired dental hygienist, actually. And so she was in the business for a very long time, but she grew up in Moose Jaw, born, raised, lived here all her life. And she remembers when she was school age that there was a study done, or I don't know if it was a study or a focus group, whatever, between a group of school kids, and she was amongst the group from Moose Jaw and a group from Regina, regarding this issue. And there was a marked difference between the dental health of the students from Regina and the students in Moose Jaw. And so that was her own personal experience as a patient. And then she, of course, had many stories about the difference it makes for people that she saw in her chair. So I do think that it's important. Is it a core service? Probably not. But, there are hundreds and thousands of things that we cannot protect children from. And if dental and oral health is one of the things that we can maybe make a slight difference over the course of time, I think that it's a good thing. I do. And I know there's compelling arguments on both sides, but when you're in this position, you have to land on one, and you have to publicly land on one. So weighing both those things, if it was just about money, then maybe I'd say no, but it's not just about money. I do think that, like I said, there's hundreds of things we can't protect our children from or other people's children from. And, you think about perhaps less fortunate and vulnerable kids who don't have the opportunity to go to the dentist. And there are children in our community who are not afforded that luxury. And I did have one email here that says, years ago when we had the dental health program delivered in elementary schools, the tech girls used to remark on the difference between Moose Jaw schools and Lyndale and other rural schools and recognize what made the difference. So I believe that the science and the anecdotal examples are strong, not diminishing what that some people don't want fluoridation in their water, but there are options to remove it with effective water filtration systems. And so I'm going to land on when a motion comes forward that we go forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Froese.
Thank you, Chair, through you to administration. So being that Regina doesn't have this system, has there been any conversation or discussion with them with possibly sharing the costs of this and actually coming online with the fluoridation system? Yeah, crickets.
We would say.
Ms. Prufalt.
We don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You would think that discussion would have happened sometime, but no, I don't think anybody here has direct experience with that discussion.
Because maybe that would be an option to see if they would like to share in the costs. If it's a building and equipment and we share portions for everything else, and they don't have fluoridation in Regina. And hearing from the doctor who's got all the experience and all the science saying that this is essential, that maybe we should reach out to Regina and see if they would like to partner with us on this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Froese. Mayor Tomey.
Yeah, on a lighter side, I recently had an interview with local media in Regina, or Regina's local media. And one of the comments that I made was that Moose Jaw is always a couple degrees warmer because of Cotto Hills. We've got a better hockey team and we've got better teeth. And it's because of the fluoridation system that we have in our community. And but that's not to make a joke. Well, it is, but the serious side of this is that I recognize the comments that have been brought forward. There is some science behind this, and I appreciate the letter and the insight that our local health authority officer shared with us. And I think that, listening to him, one of the things that, is being shared is, he's a medical officer, he's a professional, part of your becoming a doctor is there's a lot of science in it. And a lot of the articles that have been forwarded to me are reports of reports. And so it gets watered down and Dr. Madu was able to share, why these reports were being shared this way and showed some good counteractive arguments concerning that. So I would be in favor of fluoridization system for our community. I've even spoken to my own local dentist and, said that's a debate, but when you go into the dentist, they offer you fluoride and it's in your toothpaste and mouthwash and everything else. So there are some benefits to it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Okay, I'm seeing no other questions or comments in the queue, so I guess I would pass the gavel.
I have the gavel.
Thanks. So, yeah, again, like I guess philosophically, I feel like I'm in favor of the fluoridation treatment, but on the flip side of that, I wouldn't mind an opportunity to just get more information on this subject. Typically things like this would come forward and kind of on its own. And so I guess and usually with some background information. Often when we're talking about things like this, things that are serving our community, we talk about what other municipalities are doing. And actually Councillor Froese brings up a really good point about just at least having a conversation with the city of Regina, which is sharing our water treatment plant. I mean, if there's an opportunity or a desire to go that direction, that could be a significant reduction in the cost to the citizens of Moose Jaw. So, I mean, I guess the last piece around that is I would like, an opportunity to just engage with the public. And I think it was Councillor Eby had mentioned, we haven't had any delegations. We've had one delegation that has come forward, in favor of this, being the doctor. However, we haven't had any other delegations come forward in against. But I think in part of that possibly is, we didn't have any public notice. It was kind of part of a discussion at council in terms of just a capital upgrade, or I guess a capital repair, not necessarily a change in the level of service. It's being held in different. The conversations are being held outside of regular council meetings. The information came forward from the media. So again, not that people would have came in droves if this was held in under a regular meeting. But that being said, I would welcome the opportunity to have that discussion. So, I'll test council and make a referral motion on this and just to see what the wishes might be. I would move that this report be referred back to administration pending a discussion with the city of Regina, research of other municipality practices across Canada, and an opportunity to engage with the citizens of Moose Jaw. It's kind of on chicken scratch, but I could provide something.
So what I have is that this report be referred back to administration pending
Discussions with the city of Regina, research of other municipality practices, and an opportunity to engage with the citizens of Moose Jaw. Okay. So refer motion, no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. So on the main motion, actually, it hasn't been moved yet. Mr. Gokotiacho, were you?
No, I was just going to clarify that the matter had been referred. There was no specific motion that it was tabled. So I believe the recommendation had both the fluoridation and the Northeast Reservoir under one motion. So we need to have a distinct motion on this matter.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gokotiacho. Okay, Councilor Swanson.
Thank you. I have a question for administration. It's been pointed out the $1.2 million cost is largely building. And are there options for that? We have to build $1 million. Do we have to spend that much on a building?
Sorry, wanted to clarify.
Mr. Mickleborough?
Wanted to clarify the scope of the. Hi,
Hello, Mr. Mickleborough.
I just wanted to clarify the scope with the manager of engineering, and yeah, it's not a new building, it's a modification of the existing structure. Things like spill containment and ventilation that are required to meet current standards and code for the system.
And the system has been non-functioning for a year?
Mr. Mickleborough?
It has been out for some time.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't have the exact time frame off the top of my head, but it's been a number of months.
And I know this was brought to our attention here relatively recently, and, you know, as was the tie-in at the reservoir up, the North Hill Reservoir. It's unfortunate that those things couldn't have been brought in sooner, so that there could be some of what Councillor Warren previously attempted to do here. But I'll move that the City of Moose Jaw approve the fluoridation system upgrades, and that a source of funding be brought forward speaking to that, personally, I would prefer that the source of funding be a reduction in expenditures, but I know that wouldn't go anywhere. So I do think it's important that we do this. We can consult with the public, but the consultation of the people that are knowledgeable about this issue, it's so overwhelming. And I think it's our responsibility to acknowledge that. And it's unfortunate this has to be done at the last minute.
Chair, if I could just intercede for a moment, could I ask the mover if there was an intent to include the dollar amount for this upgrade?
I believe it's 1.2 million, is it?
Okay, 1.2 million. Okay, anything else, Councilor Watson?
No.
Okay.
I mean, normally I would bring forward a source of funding because I believe that's our responsibility, but nobody else seems to think that, so I'll test the waters on that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Swanson. Any speakers to that? Okay, I'll pass the gavel. Thank you. So, I mean, yeah, just to speak to the fact that there's overwhelming support, that is a given. You know, there's a list of the national and, you know, international organizations that support fluoride in the water. However, on the flip side of that, I think the number that we heard about at the last meeting when we talked about this was that only 30 or 35% of Canadians, or it was either Canadians or municipalities in Canada. I can't remember what it was, but that was the basis for wanting more information. But only 30 to 35%, of, you know, in Canada have fluoride in the water. So it's not that there are you know, that 65 to 70% of Canadians are unhealthy and that are experiencing major tooth decay. It's just that they haven't invested in a system that could provide some benefits. So again, like, you know, I was hopeful that we could have had more information and more time to hear from the public, hear from, you know, dental associations locally, see what other municipalities are doing, engage with the city of Regina as possibly an opportunity to cost share a program like this. So I guess in the absence of that, and again, that I'm not that I'm not in support of fluoridation, just not in support of the process that we're looking to pass this through at the last minute without having a good discussion with our residents. So I can't support this at this time. Thank you. Councillor McMahon, are you in?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm being here, so. Thank you. As I indicated before, I'm not sort of weighing in one way or the other on the science. I don't dispute all the people that discuss or you know, have the benefits of fluoridation. I just don't, you know, at what cost? And if it was a $5 million cost, would we change our mind? I mean, it really, I just don't think that it's our role as a city to have to fund this type of program. So I, you know, and especially you know, it's been a year, we haven't had it. So potentially if we're all that concerned, maybe, you know, we should have been racing this. I'm not sure how long ago we were advised of this, I guess, but somewhere along the line, I think we just have to say, I'm sorry, we can't be everything to all people, and just, it's just too costly for us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Froese?
Thank you, Chair. Well, for the very same reasons that Councillor Warren pointed out, is I'm not very happy kind of with the process. And I do think there's an opportunity to have a conversation with Regina about this. And I also agree with Councillor McMahon. It's, you know, the Saskatchewan Health Authority endorses this, but we don't receive any provincial funding for it. So I kind of struggle with that as well. And I would have liked the opportunity to hear back from Regina as well as other community members, because there are people out there that are very much against this in our community. And I think it would have been our due diligence to allow them to be able to come before us and speak to the matter. And that, given the amount of time, and we haven't had it for a while, so the urgency to me isn't there either. And I just had one other question to administration, was about is the budget that is outlined here, is that a design and a budget that's been given to us by Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant in their design, or is this an estimation that we have worked with them on, or where did that number actually originate from?
Administration?
Through the chair, so if you recall, some time ago, report did come forward for a change order to our consultant on the project, and the fluoridation system was that scope change at that time. So council approved a change order to proceed with the design, and that design is now complete. So this would be for all intents and purposes, the pre-tender estimate. So the design's complete. We're ready to go to tender, and we're waiting on budget approval. I might add at this point too that with respect to the communication with the city of Regina, that there are several structural and organizational challenges or organizational and structural issues that exist that led down this path. One of those being the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. You know, again, in that structure, in the division of assets, anything additional to their treatment is considered the city's asset. In this case, our asset in the plant failed and requires replacement. We also are in our permit to operate, we are regulated to do it. So certainly from the engineering and administrative perspective, barring a change to the permit, we see it as the way that we currently operate. That's not to take anything away from the decision that's in front of council right now. But certainly changes to that permit on our side or on Regina's side take time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I could just ask the Director of Engineering to comment on where the fluoridation occurs. My understanding is that the fluoridation isn't part of the water production that the Buffalo Pound plant itself does, that the fluoridation is an injection which occurs into the line which then flows to Moose Jaw. Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this
Yeah,
is
we-
into our transmission line. That's why it was included in the scope for the transmission line project. So Buffalo Pound treats the water, puts it into a clear well, what's referred to as a clear well. It's a temporary water holding facility. Regina and Moose Jaw both have pump galleries that pump the water from there into the transmission lines that in turn deliver it to the cities. In this case, the fluoride's injected as it's pumped to the city.
Yeah, I remember that whole portion of the tour when we toured it and saw the actual area that they apply the fluoride to it. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Prose. Councillor Looney? Oh, did you push your button? Sorry. Oh, did you push your button, Councillor Prose? Are you okay to just wait for the couple of the speakers, Councillor Looning, or? Okay, are you on right now? Okay. If you want to push your button, Councillor Looning. I think Mayor told me you were in next, and then Councillor Swanson. Okay, Councillor Swanson, you wanted to hit your button one more time. Sorry about that, folks. Councillor Looning.
Okay, thank you. Well, the comments that I want to make are, first of all, to thank Mr. Mickleborough for that last summary that he's provided, because the comments that have gone around this table in the last 10 minutes to say that we didn't know about this reservoir, that the fluoride was down, is incorrect. We did know, because I think it's been about a year from what you just said that we approved anyways, but I remember being in this council chamber and hearing about the fluoridation system being down. So it isn't last minute. We've known about this. And so I just want to state that administration has provided us with that information. And the science for me, in my opinion, is the overwhelming issue when it comes to an issue with this. It doesn't matter to me what other communities are doing, that only 32% of the communities in the country are doing it. If there's proof in the science that fluoridation is good for the health of our citizens, and we've been doing it, I believe that that's what we should be working off of. We shouldn't, I know people oppose certain things, but we could get into the whole, I don't even want to say the word, the vaccination issue, but we know, like, if you follow that, there is science behind these kinds of things. And the issue surrounding Regina, in my opinion, and there's again where I want to thank Mr. Mickleborough for his summary, the city of Regina is, if they haven't done it for years, they're not going to come to us and say, oh, sure, let's do it. We'll cost share with you, because we all have so much money to spend on all these things. Absolutely. Let's sit on this for a year or 2 years or 3 years and figure out how we can cost share. And I would agree with Councillor Swanson's comments that we we can't always consult with the community. We've been elected to make decisions. And in my opinion, it's a delay of a decision to always want to go out and consult with the city of Regina or whatever. If you don't agree, vote against it or whatever it is, and let's move on to the next thing. What I want to talk about though with the source of funding is I want to ask the question again, because I do still think it's important, and Ms. Sanson is probably not going to be happy with me, but I'm going to ask about the West Heath funding for phase 5 in regards to whether or not the school boards are firm on that location. Because there is $4.7 million in the budget that we could possibly take this fluoridation system out of the West Heath Phase 5, because we don't know where the schools announced that that was the location they wanted. Totally puts our plans in jeopardy. My feeling is if we want a source of funding and we don't want to increase the taxes, and if the majority believes this is important to the community, I would test council and take $1.2 million out of the West Heath Phase 5 to fund the fluoridation for the city. Because I don't think, unless the school decides in the next, maybe Mr. Poole and Ms. Sanson have an answer to that, whether they're firm on that, but we haven't heard otherwise that they're going to another location.
Approval.
I'm just trying to find a way to word this, is that I don't believe, again, I'm probably irritating many people tonight with my fluoridation comments and everything else I'm doing, but I don't believe it's up to the schools, province, to tell us to take our land away and do what they want with it. I've never believed that the province should have that power over municipalities. As our land, we have invested time and money into getting that ready for production when we need it. And I don't believe that it's up to the province or the schools to dictate to the city where it goes. I think there's consultation that needs to occur, and it may very well end up there, but I think that's council's decision, not anybody else's, because it's, quite honestly, it's the city's assets. It's not the schools, not the province. So,
And I actually don't disagree with you,
no, thank you.
Mr. Poofall. I agree with that comment. It's not the right of the province to say, yeah, we're going to take that land and we're going to put the school there. I agree with that. I've never been in favor of expanding out there, and I've talked about the infrastructure issues. The further we go into the Southwest, we're not building, more infrastructure to bring those citizens across to other areas of the city. So we continue to expand out there, and so I would make an amendment to Councillor Swanson's motion that we take the fluoridation cost out of the West Heath Phase 5. I'll test council with that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Looney.
And if it doesn't pass, we can play the game some more.
Mr. Acker, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I certainly don't want to get into the debate on the amendment, but I just want to provide some background on those monies. So that 4.774 million is money that we have in land development. We have about $20 million. That money is invested right now. So we would, as a minimum, require you to also include in the motion to draw down that from our invested funds in that amount of money, 1.2 million. But the other thing you have to realize with that is that money is used for subdivision development, and out of that we generate profits. This particular subdivision, we expect to generate a profit of about $2.1 million. That money comes back into your general capital reserve to fund things. So if you're not going to do those sorts of things, that revenue stream will disappear over time. The other thing that money does is that $20 million, the investment income earned on that, again, flows back into that general capital reserve. It's a stream of funding. So I just want you to be aware that you're spending part of your principal, for lack of a better word. We will need an attached motion to draw that down, to actually remove that from our invested funds. And we, no doubt in the future, will have another land development that we will want to do. We would normally use this money for it and make a profit on it. So it's just want to make you aware that this is money that generates money. So as you utilize it for something like this, that's sort of the process you end up on. Just in terms of the source of funding, as the motion said, to be brought forward, just from administration's perspective, it probably makes sense for us to give you all the options rather than you just to land now on one. That would be my suggestion as administration. because there would be a number of ways potentially to fund that. So
Fine, I'll withdraw it, Mr. Acker. Just trying. I'm just trying to push this thing
That was good. At
along.
least
I'll
you didn't go,
withdraw it.
fine. That was
I'll
good.
withdraw it.
That's good.
Somebody's got to try and come up with a source of funding though. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but
Mr. Pufalt?
whatever.
And I mean, only the question you asked, Council, and what I heard today and what Mr. Acker told me is be able to put those three things together. And that's what, again, I speculated that some of the inlet is included in the reservoir. And I can't tell you that today, but I mean, to me, those three pieces of information together is the source. And so sometimes it's not logical to have that right away until a question gets asked. And so we are thinking on our feet here. I think there's a potential that we may have double counted something. So if council is in favor, let us go back and go back through those figures. Because again, I could be wrong. I may have not put everything together, but I'm probably right. No, I'm just kidding. I could be wrong, but I could be right. And so I think it behooves us to have an opportunity to go back into the figures and see what is all entailed in there. Because again, it didn't really strike in my head until Councillor Swanson asked the question. I sat in on the tender opening today, and the Director of Finance talked about some of that work had to be done already. So if some of that work had to be done already, is it already been designed into the reservoir that we already have a tender on? So there's some logic to my thought process, and I'm not guaranteeing it's right, but it could be. So if council's in favor, let us go back. We'll come back and give you options on this. So you could it doesn't affect the end result of the budget in our mind, because either it's going to be borrowed. It's not a net bottom line figure on the budget, which, as you know, we're trying to get done as quickly as possible. But there may be an opportunity in there. And again, until that question got asked tonight, I couldn't put all that information together at once.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Pufalt. Councilor Luding, anything else?
Draw that amendment and I'm finished. Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor Warren.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Councilor Eby.
Thanks. Shouldn't really keep dragging this out, but I do just have to make a point here. One point and one question. In this report that we originally had said, City Council, its regular meeting held April 22nd, 2019, approved the complete detailed design of the fluoridation system. So we have known about this since April 22nd, and we approved the design. I think the time to debate would have been before we approved people going out and making a design. So, you know, I know sometimes these reports come and go and you kind of don't really catch it all, but it's our job to catch those things. And the debate should have happened in May or April. So that being said, I agree that options coming forward from an administration is the best way to go. Just one quick question, operating costs. So there's obviously an operating cost that will now be back in the budget for next year. I just assume it's not, I hate the word. I don't think it's a terrible high amount, but could you remind me?
yeah, there's the cost of the actual fluoride. It's a relatively small cost, like $10,000
That's
a
what
year. So that would come back into the water.
Okay, thanks. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Eby. Councilor Swanson.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't go looking for this issue, but it is on our table. And I just want to read from the Saskatchewan Health Authority letter to us as council. Who endorses community water fluoridation? The College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Saskatchewan, the respective Saskatchewan Associations of Dental Assistants, Hygienists, and Therapists, the Canadian Dental Association, Saskatchewan and Canadian Public Health. The Saskatchewan Ministry of Health has also issued a position statement on community water fluoridation endorsing Health Canada's recommendation. So I do think that all of those organizations weighing in on this issue is something that we should seriously consider, including the presentation tonight from the medical health officer of our health district. And I would note that some communities, like I understand Vancouver doesn't fluoridate their water because it occurs naturally in their water. So when we do those statistical things, we should take on. And I know there are people that are going to email me tonight saying, I don't want fluoride in my water because of this and this. But I'm going to defer to those organizations which have reputable science behind them. There is a cost for this public health initiative. And not to make light of it, but if one is vehemently opposed to fluoridation in their his or her water, they do have opportunities. It costs money, but they can extract that with water treatment at home. And I am the first to agree we can't be everything to all people. But I can't help but point out that in this 5-year budget and operating budget, we have $930,000 for the municipal airport users. And if I had to find money and was really desperate, that'd be the first place I'd look.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. There's no other speakers in the queue, so I guess, Mr. Gokatietsu, did you want to just read that motion back, please?
Thank you, Chair. The motion is that the City of Moose Jaw approve the fluoridation system upgrade in the amount of 1.2 million and that the source of funding be brought forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I guess that should be options for a source of funding be brought forward.
On the amendment, options.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. No other speakers in the queue. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, so the other referred matter, we can just leave it. I guess the other referred matter was about the levy, but it was so do we just leave that alone, just as a matter of process?
Yes, you've dealt with it.
Okay.
In the previous.
Okay, so the next item is a referred matter, recycling collection contract renewal. I guess administration, did you want to present this? Mr. Poopall's not here. Oh, Mr. Mickleborough, were you gonna just give us an overview?
Sure, through the chair. So this was referred to budget. This deals with our recycling, curbside recycling contract with Loris Disposal. The contract was awarded and it contained 2 extensions. This report deals with an extension that is unfortunately already passed. The extension wasn't diarized, and yeah, we are just bringing it to council's attention to get their formal approval to continue to proceed with the service. So the recommendation is that the city continue with the first optional 2-year extension of the recycling program with Loris Disposal Services Incorporated as outlined in the Recycling Collection Services Agreement. So I guess maybe to just expand on that economically, the carts were a major cost under the agreement, and that cost was prorated over a number of years. So if we did not extend the term, add this 2nd-year term, or add this first 2-year term on it, would be looking at a buyout of about $625,000 on the carts to continue the service and to meet the terms of the contract. So from that perspective, you know, I believe it's a program that the community wants. That is outlined in the report. With respect to some of the information we've gathered on the importance of waste management objectives. And yeah, the other noteworthy item is that under the terms of the contract, Loris does have the ability to modify from time to time the materials accepted. And we are in possession of a letter requesting that clamshell containers and plastic film be removed from the program. This relates back to some of the challenges that the recycling industry is having globally, and they are feeling the pressure with respect to contamination by those items. And again, under the terms of the contract, they can request that, and we are inclined to work with them to provide public communication and education around the change in service. So again, the recommendation is that the first optional 2-year extension of the recycling program with Loris Disposal is outlined in the Recycling Collection Services Agreement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mickleborough. Any questions or comments? Discussion? Councillor Eby.
Actually, I'll move the motion that the city continue with the first optional 2-year extension of the recycling program with Loris Disposal Services, Inc. as outlined in the Recycling Collection Services Agreement. Is that what I'm supposed to move? Okay. And I'll just speak to that. I mean, that was quite a while ago, but we did receive a letter from Loris with some statistics information. I thought it was quite helpful, and just a couple of the things that were pointed out is that the Loris Disposal's residential user pay cart recycling program increased 60% from 2014 to 2016. City managed programs with material diverted increased 162% from 2014 to 2016. The total cost of the contract to homeowners is just over 5% in the 5 years, which is pretty good. And I think it's also worth noting that they have now purchased and completely renovated 28,000 square foot building in Moose Jaw and provide employment to 15 Moose Jaw residents. So I think, I think it's still a good thing for the city of Moose Jaw. Perhaps down the road as recycling changes globally, we might have to look at it at another time. But for now, I do think it's a good service, and I do think that the citizens and homeowners who are utilizing it appreciate it, as most of us do. And so anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Froese.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll support this motion for the exact same reasons that Councillor Eby just outlined. Took the words right out of my mouth. But also, it also keeps things out of our landfill, which of course is stressed at the moment too. So I think that's a very important initiative and that. So I'll support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Froese. Seeing no other speakers, if I could pass the gavel, I just had one question. Thank you, Mayor Tomey. Just a question through you to administration. The report did talk about, and just to reiterate, that clamshell containers labeled as number 1 and plastic bags, I guess film plastics such as plastic bags and Star Trap will no longer be included in the contract, and that we would work with Loras to provide communication and education. So I don't know, I guess there probably hasn't been a whole bunch of work into that. I just wondering if administration has any comments on the type of communication that we will be having with our residents, because I think that's going to be important, because obviously, like, if the material is contaminated with these types of items that aren't allowed, then I mean that's typically when the whole thing ends up at the landfill, right? So that piece will be key. So just wondering if administration has any insight into that.
Administration. Yeah, thank you. Through to the chair. We should have something out within the next week that is really based around these immediate changes, also with reflecting things to do during the holiday season in terms of recycling. But certainly the communication we're working on now to get to everybody in Moose Jaw is related to what now does not go in recycling, as you just mentioned. Further to that, there's a broader based education program we will roll out early in the new year, but final plans of that will not begin until after the Christmas season. But we are planning on having a more broad rollout of education once we really understand everything that is included in these changes. Right now, we know the nuts and bolts of what's not accepted, and we're going to get that out, like I say, before Christmas, so that everybody is aware of those things.
Okay, thank you. And I think things like this, because I think there's still confusion in the community about what they can and can't recycle. So I think these things aren't necessarily one and done. I think they should be ongoing. So I think if I was having a suggestion, if these things can be built into annual, whether it's once or twice a year plans where we're continuously enhancing our residents' knowledge of what they should and shouldn't be doing when it comes to our collection programs, I think that would be beneficial. So thank you. Take the gavel back. All right, seeing no other speakers, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so the next item is potential additional items. So this is the point where council can deal with any matters that they wish to amend or bring forward prior to budget finalization. Several outstanding matters include the funding request from the Cosmos Seniors Association, funding request from the Moose Jaw District Seniors Association, Moose Jaw Air Show funding in 2020, murals of Moose Jaw funding amounts, and again, anything else that council might want to bring forward. Councilor Swanson.
Thank you. I would move that $15,000 be allocated from the 2020 operating budget to the Cosmos Senior Citizen Center as an operating grant.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Swanson. Okay, Councilor Eby.
Just a question. Sorry, I did 15 or 50? 15?
15, correct. Councilor Swanson, 15,000. Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Froese.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just get what pointage that is increase in taxation?
Mr. Acker.
It'll come up. So from 0.13 to 0.18, so about 0.05.
And we're currently sitting at 2.18
2.13 we're currently at.
or 1.3.
We just put it in there to show you it would be 2.18.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Acker.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Froese. Councilor Swanson.
Thank you. As I indicated to council previously with respect to the Cosmos and the Timothy Eaton's Gardens, my preference would be the grants they're provided come from existing expenditures. I don't think that's going to carry the day, but that would have been my preference as I indicated previously. That it won't, however, it does not, I think, negate the value of providing this money.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Swanson. Councilor McMahon.
Thank you. Just a question through to administration. In our discussions with some of the seniors groups over the last 7 or 8 months, there was some discussion at one point that there used to be a matching grant available, a capital grant, I believe through maybe Parks and Rec at one time. And I just wondered if that is at all in place anywhere in this year's budget already.
Administration.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off the answer and our Director of Parks will finish it up, hopefully. Yes, within our capital program, we do have that capital sharing of city facilities. And I believe they have participated in that, have they?
Yeah, well, I guess we have 2 grant programs, a community grant program, which they already get funding towards their programming. But then on the capital side, we have our capital grant program. They have not participated in the past. I think to be honest, they weren't aware of this grant program. So we have made them aware, and I think we're going to expect some applications from them in the future. But that's a cost sharing grant. It's a 50% split. I think the project has to be, I believe, a minimum of $5,000.
And we kept that amount the same as previous years
That grant?
in total?
Yeah, I believe there's a 2% increase every year to that program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Eby?
Thanks. Just a question. Is this going to be just a one-time 2020 thing, or is this going to be an ongoing line item? It's a one-time? It's a one-time thing?
I would assume that if it's entered into the budget, it would be similar to other third party, but maybe Mr. Acker, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. So normally items like this, and if you specified it was one time, it would be a one-time item. But once we do provide funding to those groups, we normally would carry that into the next year. Obviously, it would still be your decision to remove it if you wanted, but it would in effect be on.
It'll show up in 2021 again. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. All right, seeing no other speakers, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. I would move that the Moose Jaw District Seniors Timothy Gardens receive an operating grant of $35,000 in the operating budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Pardon me? Oh, okay. So we're looking to, so $35,000 increase would be to 2.3 if approved?
That's correct. So it's an increase of 0.12.
0.1, okay. Thank you, Mr. Acker. Any questions or comments? Well, I'll pass, yeah, well, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Yeah, I'll speak in favor of this again. I know this is, I mean, we're adding to the potential mill rate increases. This has been a, both with the Cosmo Center and the Moose Jaw District Senior Association, this has been a long and difficult, challenging, I guess, discussion and circumstances. As we looked more into our third-party funding to organizations that are either operating in city facilities or doing work, on behalf of the city, the majority of the groups that were in city facilities had received, whether it's operating grants, maintenance from the city, repairs to the buildings and capital improvements to the buildings, a wide range of funding in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. For whatever reason, over time, these two seniors groups have operated on their own in city facilities, but without any funding from the city. They've brought forward, they've done their due diligence in bringing forward their audited financial statements, their, discussions around how they try to enhance their memberships, how they try to, raise their revenues through the work that they're doing, trying to bring in more memberships. And again, there's a lot of work that goes into that, and they're challenged right now for basically meeting their expenditures. And the fact that we heavily fund a lot of these other third-party groups that are operating in city facilities and not this one was a concern for myself. So I'll support this, and I know that the associations will make good use of our money and provide really good options for our seniors in the community when it comes to extracurricular activities. Thank you. I'm seeing no other speakers. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, I guess I'd pass the gavel. I had some. Thank you, Mayor Tomey. So just going through some of the budget, and I had kind of started this conversation a couple weeks ago, and just wanted to take some time to just further reflect, get further information from administration. So I've gone back and forth, had some conversations about some of the line items in the operating budget. A couple of the areas where I feel that we could potentially find some savings are in the engineering primarily in the engineering budget. So on page 35, the line item ceiling and capping. So it's showing there that our projections in 2019 were $15,000. Our budget was 184,000, and we're again asking for 184,000 in 2020. When I looked at the 3-year history on this, I found that in 2017 we spent about 235. Sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. In 2017 we spent about 169,000. 2018 we spent 0, and then 2019 again with the projection of 15,000. And a conversation with administration was that there was a program plan for 2018, but hadn't been finalized in time, and that the intention were to tender this out and get the program back up and running for 2020. We've talked about this over the years that our maintenance programs are important. And obviously they extend the life of our infrastructure. So what I was be asking is that based on kind of our inability to expend these budgets over the last number of years, I would ask that we cap it at 169,000, which is the most we've spent in the last 3 years. So there would be a savings of 15,000. I guess before I make a motion, I would just ask administration if what the implications would be to reducing this to 169,000 with the savings of 15.
City administration.
As far as the implications, I don't know that I would have the unit rates the last time that we did the work. As far as how much, it would be reduced by, I apologize, I can't tell you that. But certainly with the inconsistency with that the program has been delivered, it being a kind of a startup year for it, getting back into sealing and capping, whatever form that takes, crack sealing or slurry seal. We could definitely, there's going to be some front end work that's required to get it up and running. So certainly, the uncertainty around unit rates and budget, and then quantities for tender are all going to present challenges in that first year. And so there'll be some growing pains, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you. So I guess in light of that, I would move that the ceiling and capping budget be reduced to $169,000 for 2020. 169,000, yeah.
Councilor Lenny.
Thank you, Mayor Tomey. Well, I don't know if maybe Mr. Acker, because he would have some history, and Ms. Campbell, and maybe Councillor Swanson as well. But just now I'm going to provide a bit of a history lesson. There was a time when there was nothing in the budget for sealing and cracking and capping, and Councillor Swanson tried to move amounts into the budget to get that budget ramped up prior to Mr. Mickleborough being here. And then Mr. Mickleborough came on, and that budget appeared in the, it's been started to be ramped up over the last few years, right? I'm not in favor of reducing it. Engineering is a department that I think that, when we talk about infrastructure, if I'm going to look at a $15,000 reduction on a line like this, to me, it's not worth having the discussion around it. But I mean, the history is that there actually wasn't a budget for that in there for a number of years, and engineering has slowly put that back into the budget, and I think that it deserves to be there at the budget that it's at. That's just my opinion, but anyways, maybe Mr. Mickleborough, I see, maybe has some further
Mr.
comments.
Mickleborough, you have your
thank
hand
you.
up there, please. Thank you, Councilor Lenny.
Sorry, I think that when this was discussed last time, we talked about the dynamic between capital and operating budgets and the debate about where that should sit. And I think that clarity around the program for preventative maintenance is what I would call capping and sealing. It's been blurred a few times over the last few years, and certainly preventative maintenance is the best use of your dollars. So yeah, it's tough to recommend a cut to it. And the discussion at this point has been around the ability to deliver that operationally, which is a valid concern, and get our feet underneath us with respect to delivery of it again. But I don't want council to lose sight of the fact that there's been significant investment in roadways through capital over the last number of years as well. So if we had not also been delivering significant amounts of capital with respect to looking after that asset, I would be more concerned about a reduction in the operating line item for preventative maintenance.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Two initial points. First, the capital allocation for road repair is up, but it's still not at sustainable levels. Second point is that the operating budget allocation for capping and sealing is, as described, preventative maintenance. It should be of concern that allocated amounts are not being spent given the state of our roads. And whatever logistical difficulties have produced that, hopefully they get overcome and that we expend the budgeted amount. Crack sealing was a program, as Councillor Looning pointed out, did bring forward a motion to initiate that a few years ago. And I know that program has been delivered in the past by private contractors, which to me is, if that's how we have to get up to spending our entire budget, let's do it. To cut that item is short-term gain for long-term pain. Crack sealing, like if we pave, say, like I would have hoped to do Caribou Street West, I'd point Caribou Street West out. If we were to pave Caribou Street West in 2020, and in 2021, there could be some cracks appear in that paving. That is when you go in and you crack seal so that that capital investment of the previous year, whatever deficiencies there were from weathering or whatever, are dealt with so that you can get the 20 years of pavement out of that. It's a shame to spend the capital money to pave a road and it only lasts 10 years. And so capping and sealing is a way to maximize your capital investment. And I don't think anyone has to be a rocket scientist to realize that Moose Jaw's road work, it's not that we're spending too much money on them. We're not spending enough. So I would not be in favor of a reduction there in the operating budget. I'm not going to waste my time this year coming up with a whole bunch of suggestions to reduce the operating budget. I've done that in previous years. They went nowhere. But our take on the property tax base of Moose Jaw has increased every year. And if there is 1 year where it would be, like we told this is a status quo budget, but there's been enhancements. If there was 1 year where the community needs a less avaricious appetite out of City Hall, this would be the year. So, but I don't think reducing our spending on capping and sealing to maintain our roadworks, and at only $180,000 or whatever, is not very much money. So I would oppose this motion. There's lots of other places I would save money.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Can I get the motion read back, please? I said just a reduction. Yeah, 100, go down to 169,000.
That's correct. The motion was that this crack and sealing, the sealing and capping budget be reduced to 169,000.
Okay. Seeing no speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? and it is defeated. Counselor Warren, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Tomey. So the next item is just kind of along the similar lines, is around the parking meters. So on the same page, page 35. So it's showing there that our projections are 80,000 in 2019. Our budget is 110, 891. We're asking for an increase of 2% to 113. When I took a look at the 3-year history of our parking meter repairs, in 2017 we spent 69,000. 2018 we spent 50,000. And then, like I said, 2019, we're projecting to spend 80. So the most we've been able to spend on parking meters in the last 3 years is $80,000, and we're asking for 113. In discussion with administration, the conversation was around parking meters have recently gone through a shift from new parts to having an excess of old parts, running out of the surplus, and as well as needing to upgrade our locks to a new type. So costs will be increasing back towards the old target value starting this winter. So again, I just, conversation around that is, I mean, we've demonstrated over 3 years that we've spent as high as $80,000 on parking meters. And I'm just kind of, again, back to the principles of budgeting, that we're spending within our means and taking on the work that we can reasonably achieve. In this case, we've demonstrated that we've spent no more than $80,000 in 3 years. So I would move that we reduce the parking meter repair line item to $80,000.
Okay. Any other speakers concerning this? Councillor Swanson, Councillor Swanson?
Well, normally I like to drill down on the parking meter revenues, which City of Moose Jaw has had no problem in jacking up over the last years. And I don't know when you drove up Main Street today, Mr. Mayor, if you noticed how many empty parking spots there were. And but normally administration would tell us why they're spending that much money on parking meters. And I know in previous years it's been that our parking meters are in serious need of repair. So I'd be interested in hearing why that budget amount is there.
I can provide kind of general kind of oversight and thought on this budget, appreciating historical expenditures. But I think we will see increased expenditures this year over 3-year average as a result of some of the parking changes on First Avenue. So that would be one of the items that I believe would be coming out of this budget, but I mean, for further detail, manager transportation kind of talked about challenges facing the budget line item on a day-to-day basis.
Mr. Lobson?
You'll have to excuse me a little bit. I only took over the parking meter budget about 4 months ago, but in dealing with some of the guys over in the parking meter department, it became very apparent that we have been working through a lot of old equipment. We've been scavenging off of old meters and rebuilding them and getting them back out. So it's been an artificial drop in costs. We've been spending a lot of money in batteries, but in previous years, I don't know if you would have noticed, but the parking meters, a lot of them did go dead through the winter, and we were behind in catching them up. We're trying to stay on top of that this year, which is we're going to see some of the increased costs. And like Mr. Mickleborough did bring up, the First Avenue is something that we are trying to address in the new year, and that's going to see increased costs as well going in.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. The motion was to reduce the parking meter budget down to $80,000. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated.
The third one I had was in the planning and development budget on page 61. So at the bottom of the page is a line item, contractual services, showing that we spent $235 as a projection in 2019, the budget $265, and we're asking for $270 in 2020. And And looking at the 3-year average, we spent 235 in 2017. We spent 265 in 2018, and again, projecting to spend 235 in 2019. The information I received back from Planning Development was that the building and bylaw area shows a 2% increase, and that represents the funding for the agreement with the police board contract for parking services and park enforcement services, as well as approximately $55,000 for community code, building code services to assist with the city with larger building inspections. The money is balanced through building permit fees. So again, there was a 2% increase, and basically to be in line with the police board contracting. But again, I'm just with the budget principles of spending within our means, taking a look at budgets and how we've done things. We did have 1 year up to 3 that was higher than average, but on average we've been spending about 245 with only 235 in 2019. So again, I would believe that we reduce this budget, contractual services budget under the building and bylaw, to the 3-year average of $245,000.
Any speakers on this motion? Oh, administration. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to that there was one other fee that wasn't included in the email I sent to you. It is the fee for the parking tickets. When they're paid online, there's a charge of $2 per ticket, and that fee is actually charged to this account as well. So that is a fee that hasn't been included in the past, but it is recovered when we do get the revenues on the other side. So there is an expense and a revenue that is recovered, but it is charged to this account as well. So that's one other fee that has to be charged to this account.
Okay. Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. So if I can get this clear, the expenditure of the 200 and proposed budget, 270,000, is there's an offset with the revenues like come in?
Just for the parking ticket portion of $2 per ticket. There's still the fee for.
There are other services that are contracted that we have
the
revenue.
parking enforcement contract with the police is also through this account, as well as our Unicode building enforcement or building code enforcement services of about, I think about $25,000 to $30,000 of that is allocated for that.
So of that 270,000, what would be the revenues to counter that?
I believe we're estimating they're coming in about $500 or $600 a month right now. So only about 7,200 maybe.
So where do the other expenditures come from?
The other expenditures, again, are the parking enforcement contract that we have with the police to enforce parking meters. So
But we get that revenue, right?
we get the revenue from the parking meters.
So of that 270,000, we're spending 270,000, but there's revenue coming in and it's more than 6,000. It's,
That's correct. Yeah, if you count the parking meters, I don't know the revenue on the parking meters.
well, my question is, it's an in and an out. What's the in basis against the out? And if it's not 270,608, what would the rest of the expenditures be?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Swanson. So in terms of parking ticket revenue, I believe we are in about the $180,000 range. We pay $215,000 for that service. A result of that, though, is parking meter revenue is collected, and our estimate for that, I believe, in the budget is $750,000.
Okay, I'll try and word this differently then. So what contractual services are in this budget line that don't have a corresponding revenue? Am I being clear?
I understand what you're saying, Councillor Swanson. You've got a, sorry, let me just.
I have to say, Unicode, we do recover all the costs from that through our building permits. And the parking revenue is recovered through the, so I guess all of that, it would be recovered through revenues at some point.
Okay, so my point is then you can't reduce this line because it's basically a revenue line as well. I hope I'm right in stating that. Thank you.
We got there, Councillor Swanson. Thank you.
Well, maybe just a follow-up question to that.
Okay, administration. Councillor Swanson, or no, sorry, Councillor Warren, please continue.
So I guess the question would be then, I guess if these are contractual obligations, what are the reasons why we're not expending the budget in full?
Again, it would be a balance of when we do get, say, the expenditure, we do recover it through the revenues. There is a balance in and out. And in the past, it's hard to sometimes balance or even guess on what we're going to use from Unicode in some years, but we do recover that through the revenues.
Okay, Councillor Swan, oh, sorry, Councillor Warren, have you finished?
No, that's good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
So further to that point, then, if the expenditures are less, then the revenues are less as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
So there was a motion to reduce that line to $245,000. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated.
So just.
Councillor Warren?
Okay, thanks, Mayor Tony. So the next, I just had a couple more, but they were regarding the utility. So I guess it's a matter of process. Like, am I still in order to continue with that, or?
Yep, please continue.
Okay. So there was one, two, three items that I found in the, I guess I came across in the water utility on page 115.
115?
Yeah. So I noticed some significant increases to the budgets for 2020 in regards to house connections, to valves on the next page, page 116, and to hydrants on the same page. Significant increases to the 2020 budget. So in discussion with administration around these increases, basically the rationale was that the motion, I guess the creation of the waterworks crew, basically the new waterworks crew that was funded by capital, and of course had some offsetting savings to our budgets, is the reasoning for the increases in these three line items. So I guess maybe if I could ask a question of administration, first of all, just if you could kind of go through that maybe, so that we can all have a better understanding of the increases to those three line items.
Okay, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll attempt to provide some background. Certainly our manager of utilities, who unfortunately isn't here tonight, would be far better able to express it. But what occurred with the waterworks utility was $497,000 was increased in the various budgets. That's the new crew. The intent of that, having that new crew, is to be able to do more of that work. You will recall in our quarterly reports, we mentioned about how many house connection services are backlogged and not done, that sort of thing. So that's why you see an increase in those areas. It was also hoped that new crew would be able to put significant effort towards valves and hydrants in terms of maintenance of those and work on those. So that's why you see increases there. If we were to go through the whole waterworks budget, you would actually see that whole $497,000 interspersed around. That is where that crew will be charged to do necessary work to bring the utility in line with the workload it has and to be able to do the proper maintenance. Thank you.
City Manager?
Just to add, I think the backlog of repairs that the crew will address in the first year is 130. I think that was the last data we had on Monday. So they're still there. And again, that's, we spent the next 2 weeks in training people to be able to get to that crew. And there'll be job postings out next or early in January. So we're ramping that crew up quite rapidly and they should be up and running fairly quickly.
Okay, so I appreciate that. I guess when we talk about the increased workload due to the construction crew, I guess the first kind of comment was that I went reference back to the report. There was no mention of an increase to the operating budget in the utility for these programs. So that was kind of, and they, the three equal, I think it was around $300,000 extra in that budget in terms of cost. When I look at the couple of those, like the valves, for example, we spent 135 in 2018 and 180 in 2019. Yet we're asking for 283. So that's a significant increase to that budget. And then similarly with the hydrants, we spent 172 in 2018, 200 in 2019. We're asking for 274. So again, it's just significant increases to these line items. However, they weren't necessarily brought forward in the previous budget. So I guess when it came to this addition of the crew, and when I looked at other examples, and I had a lot of other examples that administration had brought back information. When I look back at previous reports, it would show capital expenditures, operating expenditures, the increases that would be required. Whereas with the waterworks crew, it didn't show the operating expenses increases. So I guess, does administration have any kind of thoughts around why that may have been missing, or was it missing, or why that wouldn't have been included?
Certainly inadvertently, I think as we discussed, we were affecting three funds when we came to how this program would work all together, because as you've seen tonight, the cast iron program, we were able to reduce that by about 900,000. Again, that's the external consulting costs that we had generally had in the capital part of it. And so I think practically putting this into the budget had to show a reduction. I think if you look at, and correct me when I get wrong, but engineering salaries itself, there's quite a reduction there as we move technicians out of property taxation to utility and then capital. So the problem is it's really hard to show T-charts as to how this all works together. But again, if you look at the engineering salaries in property taxation down, utility costs are up to cover for that crew, and then the capital costs for the cast iron program are down. So that's how it all offsets each other. And again, we have to show where those crews come, and that's where the money would be spent working on the backlog of repairs, because we want to get those done so that the crew can then move into capital construction. So again, unfortunately, it's really complicated to show it as here, here, and here. We know that when we ran that report, it was multiple times working our way through it. And, quite honestly, we spend our days doing that type of stuff. So it's really, we had enough trouble getting it worked out, but it does work. I mean, again, it's just you're affecting three funds basically. So you have to see the impact of all three to see how this works together.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I guess I won't bother bringing forward any of these items. Again, just when I was going through this exercise, it was, I often felt like I was getting too much in the weeds, but again, I and I had lots of conversation with the administration. I appreciate the work that they did in getting this information back to me. So I'm appreciative of that. Again, I just wanted to make sure that, we talk about having these surpluses every year. We're sitting at 1.6 or whatever it is now, which by tax, by our tax rates of 300,000 or whatever it is per 1%, equate that to, overtaxing our residents by that much money because we've collected more money than we've spent. So this exercise was possibly an opportunity to right-size some of our budgets based on what we've shown and demonstrated as an ability to spend, and not necessarily a service level cutting procedure. Because especially the 3 before, even with the ceiling and capping, it was not about eliminating that program. It was about right-sizing it to what we've actually demonstrated our ability to achieve. So again, just looking for ways that we can right-size our budgets, spend within our means, spend what we can reasonably expect to do. And I appreciate everybody's latitude with having that conversation. So I'll take the gavel back.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. You have the gavel.
Mayor Frost. Councillor Frost.
Councillor Frost. Well, I'd like to make a motion that the funding for the murals of Moose Jaw be approved in the amount of $13,300.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Frost. Councillor Eby, you're on the queue. Did you want to speak to that, or were you? Okay. So I'm seeing other speakers to that motion. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Eby.
Thanks. I just have a question, and it's an engineering line. I don't want to reduce it. I just have a question. It's regarding painting of traffic lines, and I see we're going to go up a little bit in the budget. And I'm just hoping that we can paint lines earlier and more often with the changes at First Avenue Northwest and 9th once we get to spring, which right around the corner, I'm sure. But just with those changes, I think it'll be important next dry season to have those. So hopefully that extra money in the budget will get us painting those lines more regularly. So that's just my point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. On page 14, which is a summary of revenues. Question to administration. The sanitary sewer utility franchise fee is budgeted to increase 6.4%, but the revenues are only budgeted to increase 5.8%. I'm just wondering, would not the franchise fee increase be corresponding to the increase in revenues?
It's based upon the previous year's revenues. It's 5%.
Okay. Well, I'm going to move that the water utility franchise fee, sanitary sewer utility franchise fee, and the solid waste utility franchise fee, the transferring of those funds to the operating budget be discontinued, and that those funds remain for capital improvements in the respective utilities. Same motion every year. You probably got it by now. That the payment of franchise fees from the water, sewer, and solid waste utility to the operating budget be discontinued, and that those revenues remain for capital in the respective utilities. Speaking to the motion, it's budgeted in the year 2020 that $1,225,067 will be paid by water, sewer, and garbage customers above the cost of providing that service. And those funds are transferred to the operating budget to basically subsidize the operating budget. And I've heard before how other communities do this, and I'm sure there's a league of conspiracy on that. But it is the major problem we face as a city is a lack of capital in our utilities. And we're taxing our utilities to subsidize the operating budget. We're stripping those utilities of capital dollars to subsidize the operating budget so that we can not accurately reflect in our property taxes the cost of providing services in the operating budget. And I would point out that This year, those taxes are budgeted to increase $79,000 more. And when people get their water and sewer bill and they see now that garbage collection and recycling is on there, please know you are paying extra money not to provide garbage collection, recycling collection, water service, or sewer service. You are paying extra money on those bills to transfer them into the operating budget because there isn't the stomach to raise the taxes according to the services that are being provided. And at the same time we do that, we then raise taxes to put money into the capital budgets. And just as was mentioned earlier, how complicated it was with respect to Councillor Warren's position about the new water crew. There's 3 budgets. Well, it gets really complicated when you don't cost those services to the appropriate department. You want to increase the number of city workers, but you don't want to put it into the budgets, the operating budgets of those utilities. And I make this motion every year, but just the point, $1.2 million, it's a base tax. It's really what it is a base tax by stealth. And we should be leaving those monies in the respective utilities to lessen their demand for capital borrowing. And if we want to have operating budgets, like when we get the chart every year, it shows our operating budget taxes are lower than every other community. Well, it's because not all of them are taken into account. And I believe in accounting to the area where you're spending the money. So I would want to discontinue imposing franchise fees that get transferred into the operating budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Eby?
Thanks. Well, I'm not, I guess I did the math. I was going to ask Mr. Acker to tell me what that would equate to as a tax increase, but I actually did the math. 4.15%. Is that correct? My calculator works too. So, I mean, so it would be 4.15% into taxes, but then we have 8.15, correct, in operating for cast iron. So, I mean, you know, we could take that out and put this in and this and that, and that might be a really good exercise to do, but I'm not going to do it today. So appreciate the motion, appreciate the sentiment, but not going to tackle it today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eby. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated? Okay, so of the outstanding items, I'm just throwing it out there for council. We had dealt with all except for the Moose Jaw Air Show funding. So is there any comments or feedback on that one? I don't know if council's listening or not.
That's what you got the hammer for. Use your hammer.
Okay, I had a question of council. We did have one outstanding item on agenda item number E regarding the Moose Jaw Air Show funding. So just asking the will of council if there's any appetite to discuss that, or would you like to move forward? Ms. Prufel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the discussions we had earlier this year when we looked to fund the air show was somewhat little bit late into the process, but such a tremendous event for the community. I can't remember, 50,000 people here over that weekend. Incredible impact on the community. And again, I suspect that they may be calling upon us again. And I think one of the thought processes was to split that $40,000 contribution over 2 years rather than one. And so that's why it came forward here. I don't recall, it's been a while since we talked about it. So we just wanted to flag it in front of to council's attention. That again, it's such a tremendous draw for the city that, you know, we should take whatever steps we can to help make that happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pufalt. Mayor Tomey?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I understand the logic behind that, and I do know that in conversations with the base that they did come in a little late. What was the amount of money that we would consider that we gave in kind? 40,000? Did you say?
No, we gave 40,000 cash, but in kind was.
No, I think we gave 25,000, if I'm not mistaken. That was a motion by Councillor Swanson from.
Was it 25?
Or 20? That was 20.
Okay, no, I'm being corrected. It was 25,000 in cash and a ton in kind.
Okay.
So if you don't, it doesn't need to be 20 and 20, what you're telling.
So here's my thing. I think this is something that we should consider in the future. And because we do want to partner with the base, and that we want to continue by giving gifts in kind, but I'd also like to kind of speak to the base and find out what their revenues were. I believe that they would probably be very happy with what's happened with the last air show and the financial. So before we start banking right now, I think it would be good to have a conversation. And I know I'll be meeting with the wing commander in the new year. So I think I would kind of hold off on that motion right now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tomey. Councillor Froese?
Yeah, I agree with the mayor, and I would for that in actually inviting them back to make a presentation. It's a new wing commander than the last year, and I'm sure they've got a lot of learning experience under their belt. It was a phenomenal event. It was really well exceeded their expectations, I think, for attendance, and they might have other ideas for us to consider and as well. So I prefer to wait until the year event. And they did also say that they should have come a lot earlier. So I'm sure they've actually flagged that so that we'll see them a lot earlier than we did last minute. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Froese. Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. Please forgive me if I digress, but there's a point to this. It's mentioned the benefit to the community. And the benefit to the community is largely, a significant portion of that is realized by the hotel industry. And I've made this point several times before, but I want to illustrate with an example. Last week, I had to go to Alberta for a family funeral. And rather than drive from Red Deer back in one day, we stopped in Medicine Hat late Friday night, and there was a ringette tournament in Medicine Hat, and there weren't many vacant rooms, so there was no discounts to be had. And my room rate was $153, but it ended up being $185 because of the GST. But there were two fees attached to my hotel bill: a provincial tourism levy and a local destination marketing fee, which the two of them on a $153 room amounted to $10. And you start doing the math of all the rooms in Medicine Hat on that night, and they were basically all full. There's significant amounts of revenue coming in to support tourism activities, not paid by the local ratepayers, but by people traveling through. And we have a organization in town that's trying to do that collects 1% from participating hotels. But there are a number of hotels that are not participating, and some of them are collecting as much as 3% tourism levy. And I brought this up before, and I know there was some efforts made to coordinate this, and one new hotel joined, but we're missing out on the boat because this is widespread in just about every other community. And we've tried the voluntary approach, and it's not working, even though people who come to the city pay that fee in some hotels, which I have a little bit of difficulty with. So when an organization like the Air Show comes asking for money, in other communities, they get to go to the destination marketing group who have collected funds, who pay out for these things, like probably ringette tournaments in Medicine Hat that fill up dozens and dozens of rooms. So I appreciate the value of the Air Show, but I think that we as a community, especially one that wants to market itself as a great tourist destination, we're missing out on something that other communities do as a course of business. So, you know, in Alberta, what they did is they imposed a provincial-wide fee. And then Medicine Hat imposes their own. And we're 40% of the way there. So I make that point, and that's why I wouldn't support using property tax money to fund the air show when there are other mechanisms available to us that are much more suitable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Mayor Tomey?
Yeah, this would be a general question. Did the Destination Marketing Fund contribute to the air show? I don't know what the answer is to that. Conversations that I had with the base, I'm not sure that the DMF did. But I hear your points, Councillor Swanson. So, you know, I think that would be a conversation that I would also have with the base, because I'm not so sure that they did support the air show.
Okay, Mr. Pufo, did you want to speak?
No, I was just gonna say. Well, it's flashing. I don't even know how to do that. That's awesome. I was gonna say that perhaps the mayor can find out, because we don't have that information handy.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no other speakers, so we'll move on to the next item, which is the City of Moose Jaw 2020 budgets, finalization of the budget. So this report, I believe, is currently on the table, so we would need Mayor Tomey motion to lift this item from the table. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we've got several motions here, or I guess several recommendations. Wishes of council. I guess administration, did you want to speak to this before we get into deliberations, or?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the finalization motions. In your motion guide, there is a suggested order for those. Certainly you could do them in any order you wanted. The first one is the additional 1.3 million in land development proceeds. That was incorporated into our original capital budget to you, and as well in the revised one. So that's necessary to balance our general capital reserve. The second one was the waterworks utility rate increase of 6%. Again, that's necessary to fund our infrastructure within that utility. Sanitary sewer utility rate increase of 5%. Again, necessary to fund infrastructure projects. There's also the need to designate a gas tax project for 2020. We're suggesting that be WW9 feeder lines. And then there's the finalization motion, which approves the three budgets and gives us authorization to go out and tender and award the 2020 amounts in that budget. And the final portion of that is approval of the 1% mill rate increase to be directed to the general capital for parks, recreation, and facilities funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Acker. Mayor Tomey?
I have that the mill rate increases at 2.3%. Is that correct? Last number. And that equates to $678,500.
679.
679.
679.
362.
Just clarification on that, Mr. Acker. Is that 2.3 including the additional 1% for
Yes.
parks? So basically the mill rate increase would have been 1.3 plus the 1% for parks and recreation. Okay.
That's correct. And just so if I can comment just how that's handled. So we collect all of the tax revenue through the operating budget, and then an appropriation is made to wherever it goes. So the appropriation has been increased by that 295,000. So yes, it's part of that 2.3.
Thank you. Mayor Tomey, you're still in the queue.
Yeah. So I'll move the recommendation. One, that an additional 1.3 million in land development proceeds be allocated to the general capital reserve portion of the capital budget in 2020. Two, that the waterworks utility rates be increased 6% effective February 1st, 2020. 3, that the sanitary sewer utility rates be increased 5% effective February 1st, 2020. 4, that the capital project WW9 feeder lines be designated as the City of Moose Jaw's 2020 municipal gas tax funded program. 5, that the 2020 operating budget be approved as amended, and that the 2020-2024 capital budget and the 2020-2024 equipment reserve budget be approved as amended, and that city administration be authorized to tender and award the capital and equipment purchases, set forth in the year 2020 of the 2020-2024 capital and equipment reserve budgets, subject to the limitations set forth in A, the city's purchasing policy, and B, the city's administration bylaw. And that a mill rate increase of 2.3%, which will generate an additional $679,362 for the city's operating and capital budgets, be approved, and further that 1% of the mill rate increase be directed to the general capital reserve portion of the capital budget for funding of parks, recreational, and facilities capital projects on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Tomey. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Well, I guess we should vote on all those separately, please.
Okay. Excuse me. Vote on those separately. So the first one, that an additional 1.3 million in land development proceeds be allocated to the general capital reserve portion of the capital budget in 2020. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Could we have the total of how much money is being taken from the land reserve this year then, please? And you might as well tell us what we expect to get from the sales that are pending, or
Thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor.
1,000 for the airport. So 7.2 million?
Certainly that would come from land development funds. That's council's motion, but again, that's contingent on them receiving funding. So whether that'll occur in 2020 or.
Well, it's contingent on us getting all the land sales through too, so. 7.2 million, that would be the largest drawdown of the land reserve probably ever.
It certainly would be the largest expenditure, but that isn't a drawdown of the actual reserve. Our 20 million is still intact. This is new monies that is coming into the city. So our recommendation is to direct that towards our needs rather than put it into the reserve.
Any further, Councillor Swanson? No. Okay, thank you. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, pardon me? Yeah, we were gonna do these separately. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so the additional 1.3 in land development proceeds be allocated to the general capital reserve. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next one is that the waterworks utility rate be increased 6% effective February 1st, 2020. Seeing no speakers, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Third is that the sanitary sewer utility rates be increased 5% effective February 1st, 2020. Seeing nobody in the queue. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. With the amalgamation, is there any cost efficiencies by combining the sewer and water utility?
Mr. Acker.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Swanson. Certainly the cost efficiencies would be in that we will be able to borrow less monies. So you saw that as reduced interest charges in the water utility. Having said that, that whole calculated cash flow, that rate increase is certainly still needed for the water utility. Depending on the outcomes of future funding grant applications and our success or failure in those will dictate what future rates need to be, whether they need to be more than 6% or less. But certainly at this point in time, those revenues are needed in place to pay the expenditures, and the excess that the sanitary sewer utility will have because of the reductions we've made, we will direct to fund waterworks.
And those reductions are deferrals.
The vast majority were deferrals.
So then there's no efficiency. Really, call a spade. It's the need for that $3 million sitting in the sanitary sewer reserve, which was built up for projects that are required for upgrade of the city sewer system.
If I can just comment, by deferring them, you're giving yourself a longer period of time to accumulate the monies to be able to fund them. So there is certainly a benefit.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
That could be said about anything.
Okay, seeing no other speakers in the queue. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Fourth item was that the capital project WW9 feeder lines be designated as the City of Moose Jaw's 2020 municipal gas tax funded program. Seeing nobody in the queue except for Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Where do we stand with respect to the feeder lines? We're getting near the end of that project.
Mr. McMurrow.
Unless Ms. Sanson wants to take that question.
She said yes.
Through the chair, I guess when we talk about feeders, talk about large diameter mains that move water throughout our city to feed and pressurize our water mains, the smaller pipes that run down the local streets. When we talk about the East Feeder Main project being the work that's taken place on Second Avenue underpass up to Home and Lillooet in that area, and then down all the way through, and it ultimately connects to the high service reservoir, kind of through the mall area. That's our east feeder, and that one will be wrapping up in the next year or two. We anticipate the final year of that rebuild being next year, all things going according to plan. But we do have other feeders in the city. We have a west feeder that needs to be investigated, assessed, and have asset management practices applied to it to be able to budget for it. I think that the capital budget as it sits right now does not reflect any capital work on that east feeder as we assess it over the next year or two.
West.
Sorry, west. My apologies.
I am listening.
The west feeder is not addressed in the 5-year capital plan as we do the assessment work and try to understand what's required there. There are also other improvements to the system with respect to feeders that are being contemplated but are currently in the unfunded.
So the gas tax money was directed previously to the Buffalo Pound water transmission line?
Thank you, Chair, through you to Councillor Swanson. Partially, we had two projects. We've had the feeder line in the past, and we've also had the Buffalo Pound Legacy project, the WW12, I believe it is. That one as well. That one is basically wrapped up now. So the only project we'll have going forward is the feeder line.
And how much is that gas tax money again, please?
Just shy of $2 million.
And in 2020, we have 1.6 million budgeted for the feeder mains, which is less than the gas tax money.
That's correct. There's also our previous phases. I believe we're on phase 4 at least now of the feeder line. So we have a couple of those approved as gas tax. Phase 4 would be approved, and that 1.6 million would be a phase 5. So there should be adequate amounts to cover that 2 million. As well with gas tax, they allow you to carry it over a 5-year period. So if we were not to expend it all, it just rolls into the next year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. No other speakers in the queue. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Item 5 is that the 2020 operating budget be approved and amended. And I guess just question of process. Do we want to, or each one of these read out separately as well, Council? One big one, okay. So that the 2020 operating budget be approved as amended, and that the 2020 to 2024 capital budget and the 2020 to 2024 equipment reserve budget be approved as amended. That the city administration be authorized to tender and award the capital and equipment purchases set forth in year 2020 of the 2020 to 2024 capital and equipment reserve budget, subject to the limitations set forth in the city's purchasing policy and the city administration bylaw. The mill rate increase of I didn't write that down, 2.3%, which will generate an additional $679,362 for the city's operating capital budgets be approved, and further that 1% of the mill rate increase be directed to the general capital reserve portion of the capital budget for funding of parks, recreation, and facilities, capital projects on an ongoing basis. Councillor Eby.
Thank you. Well, I am prepared to support this budget and this motion. As was stated, the 1 point, oh, sorry, I've got my old scratch here. The first 1.3 is allows for really just the status quo of the budget. I know there's some new revenues in there that, you know, makes that 1.3 possible, but the status quo really just covers the wages, which we know go up due to collective bargaining agreements, provincial utility increases. Those are things that we don't have any control over. The control we have is over level of service, and this council has decided that level of service as it is right now is what we want to provide for our taxpayers. And that goes from everything with police, fire, garbage collection, lifeguards, engineers, and everything. So when we look at the 1.3, I think that's very reasonable. And the other 1% that's in there is the Parks and Rec dedicated funding to capital. And as I stated a couple of weeks ago, that's really just a lick and a promise to try to get those buildings, some of those facilities upgraded. It's not enough, but hopefully it's a start. And I guess the other little piece that's in the 1.3 is the money for the seniors, Cosmos Center and Moose Jaw District seniors. So they did come to us, and we heard from the community that that's important. So that is included. Other than that, things are the same as they have been. And I look forward to seeing this now that the budget hopefully will be approved tonight, that things will move ahead quickly in the new year, and that work can get underway timely, and look forward to the outcomes of the projects identified in these budgets in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eby. Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. There's a lot encapsulated in this motion, but I would just remind the people in Moose Jaw, the tax increase would be 1.3% if it isn't 2.3%. What we have control over, we also have control over collective bargaining agreements. That, I think that's an important point. And I'm sure I'll endure myself, but I would also point out one of the increases here was an extra $86,000 to the municipal airport. And my last point is with respect to something that was hardly discussed at all, that's the equipment reserve budget, which in the year 2020, the city of Moose Jaw will spend over $6 million buying equipment, which is $500,000 a month. And it will be pointed out, I'm sure, that that's because we didn't spend any money on the equipment budget last year or the year before or whatever. And I can remember those years advocating we take a year off spending money on equipment, and we were told the sky would fall if we did that, but it just happened anyway. But I think that spending $500,000 a month on equipment for the year 2020 is excessive. And I would myself have, for reasons I think that will become evident in the coming year, rather than say we have no choice but to do status quo, we needed to look where we weren't increasing the pressure on the property tax base in Moose Jaw by taking what, on the operating side, $670,000 more will come into City Hall. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Looning.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. Well, I'll just make my comments brief. I will vote in favor of this motion, and my comment is simply going to be that in the time that I've been here on council, this is the first time that we have, if it's passed tonight, an operating and capital and equipment budgets that are passed before the year is finished for the following year. And so I see Mr. Acker just gave a kind of yay sign there. And I guess what I want to say is that, you know, when Mr. Pufalt came on board a year and a half ago or however long it's been, this council, including me, indicated that we wanted a budget that was finished before the end of the year. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for your hard work in getting it done before the end of the year, because I think there is some recognition that is deserved in that, because at the end of next year, at the end of this term, I've been here 17 years and it's never happened. So I don't know what the history is before that. So I think there is some congratulations needs to go to this administration for the hard work in putting this together within the last 3 to 4 to 5 months, however long it's been. And is it perfect? No, it's not, right? But you know what? It's not horrible, and it's got some things in there that I don't agree with, but you know what? Overall, I think the process was very good this time around. It gave us an opportunity to discuss quite a bit, I believe, and more so than before, where before we seemed to be wasting a lot of time in meetings and just kind of going through everything line by line when we've all read it, you know, the days before or whatever. And so I appreciate what went into it. So I just want to say thank you that we actually have a budget that for next year that we are not into next year yet. So thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Councillor Duding. Councillor Froese.
Thank you. I too will support this motion, and although our numbers are you know, we've kind of held the reins on those, and I echo Councillor Looning's comments to city staff for their hard work towards this, and working together with us as a team, trying to present the best budget possible. But I would like to highlight there's going to be some great changes coming to our community through this budget. You know, it's just numbers on a page, but when you turn that into the action items that our city staff are going to take over, including the backlog. So there's a lot of citizens in our community that have been waiting for those things to be looked after. The preventative maintenance side on engineering, the huge modernization that our organization here at City Hall is undergoing. They're going to see a brand new website come forward, user-friendly app that helps us communicate better with our citizens is also part of this. I think, to me, when I look at these numbers, it really equates to a really new energy that we're trying to create here in our community, keeping the doors wide open for businesses. We are going into the 2020s, which I know we've talked a lot about it actually being kind of themed the Roaring 20s. And I think this budget is really solid and will get us there this year. I think the citizens are going to be very happy with the results of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Froese. Mayor Tomey.
Yeah, I would, first of all, I just want to speak with regards to some of the comments with regards to salaries. I know that we've gone through arbitration, and so we don't always have control over that impact on the budget. But you know, we have worked very hard, and I do want to say thank you to administration because we've asked for cooperation. You've worked hard on this, and you know, 11th hour, you've come back with something that's I believe very good. We have an obligation to the next generation to be able to leave a better the city in a better state, and I believe that the presentation with RBC today really said that we've inherited something that's a very solid financial position, and so we have an obligation to do that, and I believe that this budget does that. So I will be supporting the budget, and we may actually get done before 10 o'clock. You're ready to go. Okay. Call the question.
If I could pass the gavel. I'll be quick because most of my things have been said, but well, I mean, yeah, and I'm really appreciative of this. I mean, and I guess I would actually consider this not a status quo budget, even though the cost and I guess the tax increase around 2.3%. You know, I think that's probably one of the lowest ones that we've been a part of in our 4-year budget cycle. But I mean, here's some of the things have been mentioned, but out of this 2.3%, we're getting another police officer. We're getting a material crushing and recycling program that both reduces our footprint at the landfill as well as creates possibly some revenue and some cost savings to the work that we're doing every day on enhancing our infrastructure. We've got a brand new urban forestry program to maintain the health of our forestry program, which is a highlight of our community. We've got a slumping strategy that addresses some issues that that have been outstanding in this community for a long time, and that I'm looking forward to that coming back. We've got a dedicated funding source to our Parks and Recreation Department to ensure that we have can establish and maintain a consistent investment into those programs and facilities for years to come. A big one here, an investment into our senior citizens, into our senior residents, people that have built this city on their backs over the last number of decades. We've got an investment into the great work that they're doing in terms of ensuring that they continue to remain active and participate in our community. And then lastly, I think one of the highlights for me, and it was the first time that we've had in our 4 years, is that we've got to hear about all the good work, the great work that is happening in our community, and the results of the third party funding that we do appropriate every year. From our tourism board, from our library, from our our owls program, our Burning Owl program. I mean, again, like these were, it was amazing to see what these groups are doing with our tax, with our funding, and just the benefits and the spinoff that we're seeing in our community. So I really enjoyed that, and I hope that continues in the future. So I enthusiastically will approve, are in favor of this budget, and I'm really proud of the effort by both administration and council in working through this. So thank you very much. I'll take the gavel back. And I'm seeing no other speakers in the queue, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Against, and that's carried. So there are no more items in the committee of the whole, so the committee of the whole begs to report as follows.
We have a motion that is moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Eby, that the report of the committee of the whole be taken as read, received, and adopted. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. That concludes our special meeting of City Council, and with that, councillors, we are adjourned.
Awesome. Yeah.